You may be seated. COVID caused some delays in us gathering today, but we're glad that this day has finally happened. I will acknowledge all our dignitaries and all attending this morning, starting with our Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, Ms. Barbara Tracy. Welcome. And then our MEC for KZN Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, Mr. R.R. Pile. Welcome, MEC Pile. We also acknowledge all Amakosi present. I've been told we've got 13 of them here, and we really acknowledge their very important role in this process. We would like to also acknowledge the Speaker of Umkhanyakude District Municipality, who's representing the Mayor, Mr. Solomon Mkhungo. Welcome. We also have the Chairperson of the Board of iSimangaliso Wetland Park Authority, Professor Thandi Nzama. Welcome, Prof. We also have among us the Chairperson of the Board of Tourism, KZN, Mr. Sthembiso Madlala. Welcome. We have the Deputy Chairperson of the Board of iSimangaliso, Inkosi Tembe. He's supposed to join us on stage, so he will be joining us shortly. And then we also have among us, ladies and gentlemen, members of iSimangaliso Board. So we acknowledge all board members present. We acknowledge board members of all other public entities present. The Chief Executive Officer of iSimangaliso Wetland Park Authority, Mr. Bukhosini, Mr. Sibusiso Bukhosini. Welcome, CEO. We also acknowledge the Deputy Director General of the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, Ms. Flora Mokhohlowa. I hope I'm saying the surname right. We have Chief Executive Officers of our public entities, including SANParks, that's among us, Ezemvelo KZN Wildlife, Tourism KZN, Trade and Investment KZN, and Msinzi Holdings. We also have among us executive teams of iSimangaliso, various departments and public entities that are present today. We welcome you. Representatives of people and parks in iSimangaliso under the leadership of Mr. Badova Jobe. Welcome, sir. We have community representatives. Of course, we welcome you, our potential investors and partners, as well as delegates that are participating from different sites. Just to mention that we have delegates linked via the virtual platform from Bazwane Multipurpose Center, the Big Five Hlabisa Chamber in Hluhluwe, Ntuba Hall, Jozini Municipality Chamber, Umfolozi Municipality Chamber, and all the participants that have joined as delegates on the virtual platforms. We also welcome members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We look forward to a really robust day that really is going to showcase opportunities that are available. Without wasting any more time, I will request Professor Nzama to come on stage to do the welcoming acknowledgement.
Good morning. Program Director, thank you very much for making my task really easy. My task as the Program Director is indicated is to welcome all of you and also to acknowledge all attendees that are present here. However, she has done that part for me, for which I am grateful. However, I think it is important for me to say, Program Director, I am really excited about this opportunity that has been given to us as iSimangaliso. I really would like to acknowledge the presence of all attendees to this auspicious event, iSimangaliso Ecotourism Investment Summit 2022. This is a very important event to us as a board and as iSimangaliso. The summit is a great milestone for us, and it is very significant. It is a very significant event because it is an opportunity for iSimangaliso to showcase its offerings. This is also a day when history is made. For us, history is really made on this day through this investment summit. And I also would like to indicate that it is actually adding to the list of successes of iSimangaliso. This is the day on which iSimangaliso Wetland Park, which is the first World Heritage Park, and also a very important tourist destination, is really coming out and saying we are here. So I'd like to welcome each and every one of you, and I hope that you will really participate in this very important event. However, I think it is important that I should mention that due to the rich diversity and also the resources that are available at iSimangaliso is then able to provide a number of opportunities for investors. And it also is a very important tourist destination where we believe each and every tourist, be it a domestic or an international tourist, will be able to enjoy visiting there. And so I would like to take this opportunity and really acknowledge each and every one of you. I do have a list of all attendees that are here. However, the program director has so efficiently listed all of them. So I will not really go through the list again. However, I think it is important for me that at this point, I acknowledge the presence of Honorable Minister and and also the presence of our MP, Mr. Wadi. We really appreciate your participation in this event. It is very important for us to really make sure that we all put our heads together and make sure that iSimangaliso is placed at the rightful place. And without really any further ado, the stakeholders that we work with are all represented here, as the program director has indicated. It is very pleasing, Honorable Minister and Honorable MEC, that we have traditional leaders with us here, that municipalities are all represented here, that stakeholders, local communities that we work so closely with are represented here. And therefore, I think really this is a very inclusive event where everybody is involved and where everybody is participating. We are hoping that investors will take advantage of this opportunity, will take advantage of this session, and really engage thoroughly, so that at the end of the day, as iSimangaliso, we will have that satisfaction that everybody has participated and that we have been able to really showcase what iSimangaliso has, and so that our investors will benefit from the opportunities that are offered at iSimangaliso. Now, without any further waste of time, and also without reading the list of the guests that are here, because the list has already been presented by our program director, I would like to say, as the chairperson of iSimangaliso board, and on behalf of the board and iSimangaliso, I would like to say each and every one of you is welcome here, and each and every one of you must feel at home, and each and every one of you must feel that we are able to engage robustly with the activities of the day. Program director, thank you very much for the opportunity for me to welcome each and every person that is in this house today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. I've been asked by the recording team and the journalists that for all the speakers when they come on stage, if you can take off our masks so they can hear properly. Thank you very much, Prof, for the welcome address. I will now call on stage our MEC, Mr. Pile, to come and introduce the minister. MEC.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Our Minister, the Chairperson of the Board, the CEO, Representative Ngozi Tembe, and all other traditional leaders who are present, officials of the national and provincial departments and SOEs. A very good morning to each one of you, and especially those who have come to listen and see what potential there is for you to be able to invest and add value to the economy of KZN and indeed the country in the context of conservation and tourism. If you could just allow me to firstly, before I introduce the Minister, to record an apology on behalf of our Premier, Premier Segalala, who's unfortunately in Gauteng at the moment, but sending very good wishes and is very keen to observe the proceedings and, more importantly, the outcomes of this very important conference or summit. Minister, I think it's very, very well timed, and I'm sure that's a result of a conscious effort by the department and the entity, that it comes on the back of a 3-day KZN investment summit, which included an international halal day. Of course, yesterday was the President's Investment Summit, and then today is this particular summit. It also comes on the back of a intra-Africa trade fair that was held in November, all of which has begun to build a momentum towards what we call our economic recovery. It's no secret, Minister, that we are recovering from a triple whammy of the recession and then COVID, and then, of course, that unfortunate week in July last year. We don't put it under the carpet, Minister, because we must learn the lesson from it, but we are very firm that our resilience has carried us through and that we are indeed bouncing back under the hashtag KZN Rising. That has not happened just automatically or accidentally. It's taken a lot of work by leadership as a whole, but working in partnership with our social partners to be able to achieve what I believe is a new momentum and reflected in this summit today. Of course, as a province of KwaZulu-Natal, we are not just doing it in an ad hoc way. We are acting in accordance with what we call our economic recovery, reconstruction, and transformation plan, which of course has the overarching national plan above it, but it seeks to respond to the specific of KZN. We are very firm that we're not going to have a spray and pray approach, but a targeted approach, understanding our economy. And we're very grateful, Minister, that like our country as a whole, our province has a diverse economy. And we've disaggregated this economy into 14 sectors, and it will not be occasion to go through each of them. But clearly, tourism and agriculture have been pillars of this economy, and they are two amongst those that particular 14 sectors. And we're working with our partners industry to have tailor-made, customized responses with after consultation with those sectors. We also think we can be a bit upbeat about the recovery of our tourism sector. December and indeed this long weekend has indicated some positive numbers. I think on average, overall, we've got close to a 70% occupancy rate in December, January, and I think the long weekend will indicate something similar. We're still disaggregating it completely, but in Chegwini, with your prime spots had close to 100% bookings. So those are positive things. The recovery of the airlines, with SAA coming back with new construction, and it was designed and intended to respond in the main to the potential of the Kanyaguri district, which in the main will include the iSimangaliso Wetland Park. So we think we're very well poised. Of course, Minister, we work in close partnership, and that's a big reason for that is that we have an organization, a very big footprint in KZN, and Ezevedo has a very, very keen interest as to how this initiative takes off. I think there are key lessons to be learned. We are not shy about admitting that while there's a combination of factors, our state-owned entities have not been too successful. The combination in this case of budget cuts over successive years. Those budget cuts have been a result of the census. And I'm taking this opportunity to say this, Minister, because I hope each of you have been counted in this latest census. Minister, we joke here in KZN that Stats South Africa must be taken to court to compel them to take the census on Christmas Day. So that's when all KwaZulu-Natalians are at home. And it will be half of Gauteng as well, yes. But the seriousness of that issue is that the budget allocations, the formulae that National Treasury use are to a very large extent dependent on those census figures. So it is something serious, and we should all make sure that we are accountable. But we are not shy to admit, and we have to admit, that there have been serious inefficiencies, and all of which combined means that we have to relook as to how our SOEs operate. And central to that now becomes this exercise of what we call commercialization, which the Minister will speak to in detail. But I'm sure I can safely say that commercialization does not mean privatization. We're not giving away state assets. However, these facilities must be made available for commercialization on a model that is commercially attractive. You as investors must feel incentivized to invest in these facilities, and I think that is the fundamental purpose for it. So in conclusion, before I invite the Minister to address you, as KZN, we are government, we assure you of our full support for this particular process, and then as well as the political head responsible for iSimangaliso to say that we have a very, very keen interest, because we would want to replicate the successes of this model in the facilities that fall under iSimangaliso. The Minister is no stranger. He's one of those patriotic South Africans who has come through all the tests that South African life can pose. She's been an activist long before 1994, and since then has held various very, very important portfolios, including in Gauteng provincial government, and today, quite rightly so, in our national government. Please help me to warmly welcome Minister Creasy as she addresses you.
Our Program Director, Ms. Pandile Makwakwa, MEC for the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, Mr. Ravi Pillay, Councillor Solomon Nkombo from Mkanyakudi Municipality, the Chairperson of iSimangaliso Board, Professor Thandi Nzama, Nkosi Tembi, Deputy Chairperson of the Board, and all other traditional leaders and Amakosi present here today. The Chief Executive of iSimangaliso, Mr. Sibusiso Bokosini, investors and partners, distinguished guests. Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this prestigious event today. And let me say, after 2 solid years of addressing conferences on Zoom, it's wonderful to see real human beings in this room. Yesterday, during his opening remarks at the 4th South Africa Investment Conference, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa highlighted that the South African government is committed to supporting investments with a renewed focus on expanding the country's economic and social infrastructure. We have, as you all know, established the Infrastructure Investment Fund,
with 100 billion rand allocation from the fiscus over a period of 10 years. And this investment is intended to leverage blended financing from private investors and multilateral development banks for infrastructure. In this light, I'm deeply encouraged by the support of the private sector and other stakeholders who have committed today to walk this journey with us, a journey of a people united by the resolve to benefit from our country's rich biodiversity. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this year marks the 23rd year of existence of the iSimangaliso Wetland Park. Our park was officially inscribed by UNESCO as South Africa's first World Heritage Site in December 1999, recognized by almost 200 global nations for its beauty and its biological wealth. In order to be registered with UNESCO, you need only one outstanding universal value. But iSimangaliso has three: biodiversity, ecological processes, and of course, for anybody who has visited this wonderful place, superlative natural beauty. The consolidation of the original 16 parcels of land and a patchwork of earlier proclamations, the earliest stretching back to 1895, created the integrated park that at that time was 220 hectares, stretching over 220 kilometers along the Indian Ocean coast to the Mozambican border. In May 2019, that figure was dramatically increased, with over 1.3 million hectares that were added as a result of the marine protected area. iSimangaliso is now the country's second biggest national park after the Kruger and has a unique offering. Over the past 22 years, the park management has worked really hard. They have removed several million alien trees to make way for the restoration of the coastal grasslands. Old and disused infrastructure was demolished. The park was fenced, road networks modified and resurfaced. Several new gate entrance complexes and numerous visitor attractions were built. And there was a massive reintroduction of wildlife that has brought back most of the original naturally occurring indigenous species. iSimangaliso has unique features that will give those who invest in the World Heritage Site a competitive edge. It is home to more species of animals than any other park on the African continent. These include the largest population of hippos and crocodiles, 5 of the world's 7 turtle species, including the world's largest, the leatherback turtle. It is home to black rhino, leopard, lion, coelacanth, elephant, and a vast array of bird and marine life. As former President Nelson Mandela put it during a speech marking the historic 2002 reintroduction of elephants in iSimangaliso's eastern shores of the Lake St. Lucia, and he said, "The wetland park must be the only place on the globe where the world's oldest land mammal, the rhinoceros, and the world's largest terrestrial mammal, the elephant, share an ecosystem with the world's oldest fish, the coelacanth, and the world's biggest marine mammal, the whale." Now, ladies and gentlemen, iSimangaliso Wetland Park is not only about the preservation and conservation of our World Heritage values, but it is also an important catalyst for economic development. Our country has a proud history of sustainable development in the conservation space, and we have successfully managed in many instances to actively involve rural communities in the biodiversity value chain. Investing in biodiversity and conservation benefits economies and the environment. And this is not a new concept. But in a country like ours, where long-term socio-economic development is a key objective, we must put in place investments that safeguard nature and critical ecosystem services and at the same time uplift our rural communities. According to the National Biodiversity Assessment of the country by our scientific entity SANBI in 2018, our biodiversity economy has 418,000 direct jobs. This compares very favorably with mining that has a total of 450,000 direct jobs. According to SANBI, there is a potential to increase these direct jobs by at least another 250,000. We believe that the projects we will introduce to you today could go a long way towards ensuring that many of these jobs are created here on the outskirts of our park in an area where there are few other opportunities for sustainable livelihoods. Accordingly, as government, we are looking for partners in the establishment of responsible projects for sustainable development and tourism growth, while at the same time making sure that our fauna and flora are conserved. You will see that the projects we're going to present here today are in line with iSimangaliso's mission to preserve the World Heritage values for current and future generations, whilst benefiting communities living and adjacent to the park. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there is growing evidence that investment in biodiversity and conservation offers positive and competitive returns, in some instances higher even than areas such as agriculture and manufacturing. Through this investment conference, we do hope that we will crowd in multiple investments into the St. Lucia landscape so that the aggregation of activities provide an enhanced enabling environment, making each individual opportunity more financially sustainable. As we gather here today, as MEC has indicated, we are very mindful of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on our tourism sector and on our economy as a whole. Accordingly, it is important to understand that today's investment conference is aligned with the country's overall economic reconstruction and recovery plan. Support for tourism recovery and growth features in the top 5 priorities of this plan, together with infrastructure investment and green economy interventions. This recovery plan includes increasing the number of tourists entering South Africa through promoting our unique biodiversity, but it also has an aspect of ensuring sustainability through leveraging on the domestic tourist market. And I think that we can all see that this has been very significant for iSimangaliso during the COVID-19 pandemic. In closing, allow me to reflect once more on the remarks made by His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa yesterday, when he said, as we continue along the path of reconstruction and recovery, we call on all investors, entrepreneurs, and business people to be part of this journey. As investors, you need to know that your investments are secure, that the operating environment is stable, and that you are supported by policy certainty and regulatory safeguards. I wish all of you success in your deliberations, and we hope that the public and private initiatives will find space for ongoing collaboration that will make iSimangaliso an even better place in the future. Thank you very much.
I am multitasking. So just indulge me while we do the right thing. I'll just do this. Thank you, Minister. Thank you for your speech and really highlighting the importance of ecotourism in our recovery journey. As you have said, and MEC has said, we really are now starting to see the road to recovery really clearing up. The past 2 years have really been very difficult for the country, for the globe. Tourism is arguably the worst hit sector globally. And according to the UN World Tourism Organization, the projections are that between 2023 to 2024, we'll start seeing tourism as we knew it in 2019. And so I'm very excited that as a country, as a province, we're really on that road of recovery and making sure that while we open ourselves up to the globe again, from an infrastructure development, from a demand creation and supply, we are making sure that we're ready for the rest of the world to explore our province again. And really, the word for isimangaliso in English, it's a wonder. It is one, before I'm in trouble, because I am a tourism KZN, I won't say it's the most beautiful part of KZN. Let's just say it is amazingly beautiful among other beautiful parts of KZN. And our interactions with tour operators globally, the feedback we've been getting is the product offering, the need to improve it. And so this is a very, very exciting period and a milestone really in getting investors to come on board and really take isimangaliso to the level it deserves as a globally competitive player. So thank you very much, Minister, and thank you, MEC. We will now get into the technical aspect of today's summit, which is to allow the CEO of iSimangaliso Wetland Park Authority, Mr. Sbusiso Bukhosini, to really just present to everyone the ecotourism product offerings and investment envelopes within iSimangaliso. And this, of course, will lead us into an interactive session where we really encourage you to seek clarity, make comments, make it really a really truly interactive session so that all of you come out of here very clear about the opportunities and areas that may be a little bit gray, also being very clear on those. So I will welcome Mr. Bukhosini on stage now. Thank you.
I hope we don't have a dumb spirit here. Thank you very much, Program Director, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Honorable Minister, Honorable MEC, Chairperson of the Board, Ndabezitha sikhuleka nasemakhosini sizwela ukuthi khona amakhosi ayishumi nantathu, 13 of them, who are present with us here. Baba umkhombo omele umasipala wesifunda umkhanyakude, Baba Solomon Mkhombo. Siyambona ubaba uMpiyakhe Mhlongo omele umhlaba uyalingana local municipality. Umama uMrs Gamede ohambisana kanye naye. Chairperson of the People and Parks. These are our partners. We're working very closely, and it's important that I highlight that, especially for investors, so that you have an understanding that there is a very healthy working relationship between ourselves as the park and the communities living in and adjacent to the park. That is very critical, and I will talk to that just to make sure that we are all comfortable as we are looking into investing in this park. Chairpersons and members of the boards present here, including those from our own board, iSimangaliso, CEOs from different entities, public entities, officials from government, different government departments who are present here, the business fraternity, the business sector, investors, members of the community, colleagues, a very good morning to all of you, and once again, welcome to iSimangaliso. Colleagues, we are gathered here in a place that has been called a place of wonder. It is a place of wonder indeed, Minister. If you come to iSimangaliso, you are coming to an area which has what you have talked about, Minister, the ecological processes that are so interesting if you look at them. The biological diversity is amazing if you come to our parks, in fact, into our park. The superlative natural phenomena, in fact, the scenic beauty of the park is amazing. So with those three qualities, UNESCO could not really deny us the status of being a World Heritage Site. When we were established in 1999 as the first World Heritage Site, the World Heritage Convention Act clearly outlines the objectives, which my Honorable Minister and MEC have already alluded to. That is to protect, preserve, and present this World Heritage Site to the globe, but also to play a very significant role in empowering the historically disadvantaged communities through programs and projects and initiatives that we implement as this park. We also, which is why we are here, have a role in terms of promoting tourism and tourism-related development as this park. So this park, with all those functions, if you understand it, I'm sure you're asking yourself, it must be a very big park. Yes, indeed, it is a very big park, because when you look at it in terms of the terrestrial aspect of the park, it has 332,000 hectares. That's how big the park is. We have recently been assigned the responsibility of managing the marine protected area, the expansion of our marine protected area, and that adds about 960 into that, which then basically makes the park to be over 1 million in terms of the hectarage that we have. So it is indeed an amazing park. It is a place of wonder. It is a big space. There are a number of opportunities. In fact, we call it a sleeping giant. And we are hoping that today, here, we are going to awaken this giant. And when we do awaken this giant, it is going to create a number of opportunities in the form of creating employment opportunities, in the form of creating business opportunities, even for the same communities who are living in as well as adjacent to the park. But again, as we say, it's a place of wonder. It will make you wonder as you go to the bank if you decide to invest with us. We will indeed be taking you through what we will be offering. But before I do that, I will need to give you that sense of comfort, because conservation, unfortunately, Minister and MEC, has a history of animosity, in particular with communities living in and adjacent to the park. iSimangaliso has embarked on a process of developing a stakeholder engagement and management strategy. In that way, we create very healthy working relationship with the communities. As you heard me introducing and greeting the chairperson of the People and Parks, who is present here today, is confirmation that indeed we are working together. But what is key is that if there are issues that the communities, land claimants have in respect of the operations of the park or any other issue, we have a forum where we sit down and discuss those issues. Like in any other arrangement, or whether it's institutional or even personal, there will be issues where you have different opinions on certain issues, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you are enemies. So that is the level, Honorable Minister and MEC, that we have managed to arrive at with the communities living adjacent and in the park. We do that through making sure that they are not only participating in meetings, but they also participate in the economy of the park itself. Not only in the form of employment, but also the business opportunities that arise as a result of the park being there, whether it's maintenance, whether it's construction, whether it's alien and invasive plants removal, coastal care, and many other activities. We do make sure that the communities living in and adjacent to this park play a meaningful role in partaking in the economic activities of the park, as opposed to them clapping hands for the big 4x4s going into the beach. We want them to also know that as the 4x4s and tourists are flowing into our park, there is definitely something for them, but also they create an environment for those tourists to flow into the park through doing good work. And I'm happy that they have done that and they are still doing it without fail. This then creates a situation or a sense of comfort to any person who would want to come and invest in iSimangaliso. Yes, I do know some people will say, but we've heard that there is an issue with X, Y, Z. There will always be issues, as I've said, but the advantage is that iSimangaliso and the communities, we have created that platform where we can sit and engage. For your information, Minister and MEC, when there is a potential poacher in iSimangaliso, people who make us aware that there are suspicious individuals coming into the border of the park are members of the community themselves. And when we follow that information, indeed, it is true information, and in most cases, people have been arrested and prosecuted for such illegal activities. But we are also soldiering on in terms of creating awareness activities just to make sure that we don't continue to have those challenges. So indeed, iSimangaliso is a wonderful place to invest in, and we do really invite you to invest in iSimangaliso because, as I said, there will be wonders when you look at your bank account after deciding to invest with iSimangaliso. We will be showcasing the facilities that we offer. And I know a lot of you and some of you have seen what we can offer. And we do appreciate the challenges that some of you have raised in respect of the infrastructure in the form of facilities. But a lot of work has already been done with the support of the minister in terms of upgrading the infrastructure. Some of you will agree with me that if you go to Sodwana now, you cruise. If you go to Mapelane, you cruise. If you go to Bangnek in Kosi Bay, you cruise. If you go to Mabibi, you cruise. These are some, but many other infrastructure projects that we have implemented to create this enabling environment from an infrastructure point of view for you as investors, that if you take a decision, or not if you, when you take, because I know you will, you will definitely find that environment suitable for you. So let me take you through what we can offer, or what we are offering. We've got something called brown and green envelopes. Brown envelopes is where you are not going to need to go through your environmental impact assessments because the area is already in operation, it's already disturbed. So there's minimal issues around those environmental authorizations. You just need to comply with the legislation and the regulations that apply. You then have your green envelopes, that is areas where it's bare land, but there is a potential to invest in that space. And that is where you then have to go through all those other processes. And government has done a lot in terms of ensuring fast-tracking that process to make sure that we don't frustrate our investors as they come in. So we will start with Maphelane, and how we are going to do it. We will just show you just a small clip so that you can appreciate what we offer, and you can indeed agree with me that we have a lot to offer in a place of wonder. Thank you. For those who love fishing, for those who carry rods to fish, this is a place for fishermen. If you want to unwind, go deep sea fishing, this is the place. Historically, it's a place that is loved by people who want to come for fishing. This is an area which is just on the southern part of the park. It is basically in the King Cetshwayo portion under Inkosi Sokhulu, which is basically where iSimangaliso starts, right from the Sokhulu, which makes Impolo the local municipality to be the local government structure that we work with, together with the district in King Cetshwayo. What is most amazing about this site, it has an interesting natural phenomenon. It has the world's second highest vegetation sand dune. If you look at it, the height of the dune, it's one of the highest dunes. So that alone, you can attract your visitors to come and see this wonder, which happens only in Maphelane, only iSimangaliso. And I can give you my confidence that people or your visitors will definitely want to come and see that place. This despite the fact that they will have nice fishing experience. Accessibility from the Durban side is about 200 kilometers and a very short distance from St. Lucia. But if you travel from Durban, you will have to take the road from the N2, and then you will go through Sokhulu right up to Maphelane. We are in a process of addressing or sorting out the issue of the road there, just to make sure that the accessibility is improved. The area, as I said, is very well known for fishermen destination. It's a fisherman destination. In terms of what it can offer, we've got 10 4-sleeper chalets. We also have 40 6-sleeper campsites. And altogether, it can sleep about 280 people. So that's what it can offer. So if you look at Maphelane in general and all the other issues, it can take 280 people. But over and above that, there is an opportunity that still exists in Maphelane. There's an opportunity of redevelopment and management of the resort, upgrade the beach bar so that when fishermen are tired and they are from the deep sea, they can come and unwind and enjoy a little bit of this and that. The restaurant, nature trails are also there, and those nature trails are on the dunes as well. And I did talk to you about the deep sea fishing charters concessions, which are also available on that site. So that is Mapelane for you. And the chalets, some of them are overlooking the ocean. So as you are either chilling or sleeping, you will definitely be having company of the ocean waves. And if you're very lucky and you are waking up early in the morning, you may be very lucky to see the whale as well and watch the dolphins. So it's a spectacular sight. It's a sight not to be missed. It's a sight not to be left unattended. It's a sight that you really want to take for investment purposes. So that is Mapelane, and that is what Mapelane can offer, and obviously more. We will go to the famous site in St. Lucia. It's called Cape Vidal Resort. Honorable Minister and MEC, something very interesting happens in Cape Vidal. When you are booking, because as of the Localization Wildlife and ourselves, we had this situation that too many people want to go and visit Cape Vidal. You go into the booking system, within 6 seconds, if you open for bookings, the sites are sold out, the campsites. And some of you, I'm sure you are aware, that is what Cape Vidal can offer. That's the popularity of the area. But let's see what it looks like. All right, this is the B&B experience. So this site provides you with a B&B experience, what we call bush and beach. So you can go to the bush, enjoy the big four, but at the same time you can also go to the beach and enjoy the warm beach that we have. If you come through N2, you go through the Tuba town, and then you come to St. Lucia town, and it's 30 kilometers from St. Lucia town, easterly, in fact northerly, and that's how you get to Cape Vidal. The highest demand of the campsite bookings due to diverse offering and the pristine beaches are the main key driving issues or the selling features for that site, as I said earlier on. The current status quo, we've got 1 8 sleeper, you've got 1 14 sleeper, you also have 1 20 sleeper, you have 8 by 6 sleepers, and then we also have 18 4 sleepers and campsites. And then we also have, in the campsites, we've got 45 by 6 sleeper as well as 1 by 18 sleeper. There is also an opportunity there and a potential to upgrade, refurbish, expand, and rationalize the existing facilities. There is also a boat, washing and storage, which can be converted into something else. Activities on offer there include your game drives. So we sell this with these packages, the game drives, the snorkeling, fishing, birding, turtle watching, and a proposed number of additional beds that you can look into over and above what I've talked about is 800. So there is that potential in that site. Obviously, within the rules of the game. So that is your Cape Vidal the famous sites that we have, and that is what it can offer. And as I said, and more. We will be going to the second one, which is in Charters Creek, and to the third one, which is in Charters Creek. As I said, this is another exciting site to see, and this is another exciting site to invest in, especially because it is also bordering, it's next to the Lake St. Lucia. And I did tell you that we have recently upgraded the road infrastructure there. So all the way from your N2, you go through the road and you see the board written, enclose the gate, and you can drive with your Ferrari straight up to Charters Creek. You don't need to worry and bring your 4x4 there. And you'll still enjoy it as the 4x4 guys are enjoying in other areas. So let's see the Charters Creek and what it can offer. Okay, that's what Charters Creek is all about. The minister and the MEC and the chairperson of the board are just sneaking out for media interviews, but they will be coming back to join us. So that is your Charters Creek. But what I do also want to bring to your attention is that recently we've invested an amount of about 48 million in Charters Creek, and the site is under construction as we speak. It would have been nice to show you the visuals of how Charters Creek is going to look like. However, in the interest of time, for those who have an interest, I think they can consult our executive manager, tourism and business development. You will then get a sense of how it will look like. But as I talk to you, we've got structures that are currently being built there. About 14 units, the chalets, swimming pools, braai areas, parking facilities, and so on. It's going to be one of the state of the art. And as we speak, it is at a roof level as we speak. So very soon it will be completed, and it's an exciting site. It's overlooking the Lake St. Lucia, and I'm sure you have seen how wet St. Lucia has become these days. So the lake, the jetty that you saw there, today as we speak, is submerged underwater because of water that we have in the lake. So this site has that aspect. It is on the thick sand forest, on the banks of the Lake St. Lucia. You have that access in terms of the big four, the game, if you want to look at that. And that is what we can offer there. In terms of the proposed development, you would looking to build and manage a lodge and the campsite facility. So this lodge does not come on its own as a lodge. It also have the campsite facility, and it's ready to use because everything has been done there. Plug points, ablution blocks, and everything. So it's ready to be used. So that is what Charters Creek can provide for our investor who has an interest to invest there. Easily accessible from N2, as I said, and a lot of wildlife experience as well as bedding in that area. We also have St. Lucia Riverside, which we want to also show you. Let's show you. this is one of the sites that I was talking about to say it's a space that is available. It is a potential of 300 beds. So there's no development, nothing there. It is about just a kilometer from St. Lucia town. It is overlooking the estuary. If you're coming from the Siabonga side, so that site, if it's developed, it can have rooms that are overlooking the estuary. It is next to the Dredger Harbour. It was originally used as a dump site, but it has been under rehabilitation, just to make sure that when the investor demonstrates interest, it will be ready for that. So that is the site which is also available, and there is no development. You can be as innovative as possible there. The limit, though, is 300 beds that you can have. And that is right in town in St. Lucia. If you were to look at it in terms of what can be done there, you can develop a family lodge and conference facility with catered and self-catering facilities. It has opportunity for activities that include your game drive concession in the Big 4 area, horse riding, turtle tours in Cape Vital, as well as guided walks. So those are the packages that come with this site. If I can repeat, game drive concession is part of the package, horse riding, turtle tours in Cape Vital, as well as guided walks. So that is what this site can offer. Let's go to the fifth site, that's Rocktail Bay, up north in the Tongaland. Enkosini uTembe siyakhuleka ndabezitha sesikwabo. Sicela nisivulele. I'm sure by now you can see that iSimangaliso is a place of wonder and it has a lot to offer. This is a place that is set in the sanctuary in the lush Maputaland coastal forest, covering the ancient dunes, make up the edge of the South Africa's KwaZulu-Natal coast. The unspoiled beaches, they lend themselves in the family holidays. You can bring your family, they will definitely enjoy themselves. It is a brownfield, it is a brown envelope, and this site needs just a little bit of touch, and then we're good to go. There's a potential there to develop and manage the upmarket lodge with some elevation for sea views, an opportunity for activities that will include your turtle tours, snorkeling, and so on. That is in those areas, your Lalanek and Mazengwenya beaches as well, your Kobela areas as well. So that is what this area can provide. Ndabezitha esizweni sakwaTembe. Singanikeza lezo zinto ukuze abantu bakwazi ukuthi bazijabulise lapho. It's an excellent site, and the nice thing, as I said, it's a brown envelope. You don't need to go through all these many other environmental processes. But of course, when you do renovate and refurbish, you will have to observe those legislated processes. We will now go up to the mountains in Mkuze. so that you can see what we can offer. Mkhuze, one of the oldest game reserves in KwaZulu-Natal. And we will see what it can offer. I'm sure a lot of you know about it as a birding destination. So let's see what Mkhuze can offer. Mantuma Resort. Excellent. It's known as the Birder's Paradise because you get to see a lot of bird species there. It's also home to Big Five. That's where you get your Big Five in iSimangaliso. So we've got Big Five, but it's in Mkhuze Game Reserve. We've recently introduced a cheetah, and they're doing very well. We've got wild dogs there, and they're doing very well. We've got hyena, we've got various antelopes. So why not get your visitors, your guests to watch the experience of a lion chasing impala and make money out of that. So this is what Mkhuze can offer. We've done a little bit of renovation in terms of the thatch, especially in Mantuma. The roads also have been done. So the place is ready to go. Small fixing here and there is ready to go so that you can also see all the way to your bank, smiling, seeing wonders in your bank account. Mkhuze can do those wonders for you. Mantuma itself, the camp has 2 6-bed cottages, 4 2-bed chalets, 5 4-bed chalets, and 6-bed huts, those rondavels type, 10 2-bed safari tents, and 3-bed safari tents, and they're all self-catering. Upgrade, refurbish, rationalize, and operate the concession, 22 2-bed and 8 4-bed chalets. Activities on offer include game drives, guided walks, and bird watching. So there's an opportunity or there's a potential to upgrade, refurbish, and go to that level of the 22 over and above what I've just mentioned, 22 2-bed as well as 8 4-bed chalets. We still have a scope to develop as well in that area, in that way. So that's what your Mkhuze can do for you. And it is not too far, again, from the N2. And it's also not too far from R22. And it is not too far from your Sodwana Beach or your Sodwana Bay area, which we are also going to showcase here again. I'm sure most of you have been to Sodwana, or you have read about Sodwana, or you have experienced what Sodwana can offer. As I said, some small refurbishments are required. We've done just minor refurbishments, but it's one of the top 10 destinations in the world, and it's popular for its colorful coral reefs. They are so well managed, containing over 1,200 fish species, including the world's oldest fish that the minister was talking about, the silicate. You find it there because of good conservation measures that have been implemented for a very long time. I went to other countries, I'm not going to mention them by name, and when you go into the coral reefs, you find bottles of beer, Coke, tins. You won't find that in Sodwana. Our concessionaires are so well behaved. Because of that, you then find these fish species. You then find this 100-year-old fish, the oldest fish, the silicate. And it's a best destination for diving. Those who can dive, angazi bakumkhombo noma ungazama yini. Kodwa ke ungazami mawunenkinga. But that's where you get to dive, engage with the sharks, different types of sharks, tiger, and so on. The Sodwana Bay Resort has 10 4-bed log cabins, 9 6-bed log cabins, 64 campsites. We've got 64 campsites, and those campsites that I'm talking about have power points, so you can plug your caravan. 286 campsites that do not have power points, for those of you who just want to go and get out of town, get out of the grid, be in the bush and be yourself. Campsites with ablution blocks. In terms of its potential, it needs a little bit of refurbishing. Expand the existing chalets and campsites, engage in commercial charter fishing as an opportunity, ski-boat fishing, scuba diving, as well as snorkeling is what comes with this package. We've got Sodwana Bay Grocery Shop. It's a convenience shop. When you are in Sodwana, we want to keep you in Sodwana so that you are in Sodwana with us in Sodwana. We don't want you to find an excuse to escape and be somewhere else. We just want to keep you in. Spend your money, enjoy with your family, relax, enjoy the ocean, do all these things, but in Sodwana. So we want you in Sodwana. So if you invest here, trust me, you will keep your guests in Sodwana. Let's see. I'm sure you agree with me that we really want to keep you in Sodwana, because even if you run out of fuel for your boat, you will find it in Sodwana. Let's go to Kosi Bay Resort and see what we can offer. Sibuyela khona kwaNgonyama futhi. Never been here, you don't want to leave this planet Earth not having visited this area. The spectacular views, the scenic beauty of the area, that natural beauty that it has, the estuary, the three-lake system, all the way from the ocean, first lake, second lake, the tunnel, and the third lake, and all those activities that happen there, you just don't want to miss this in your lifetime. And I'm sure you'll agree with me that most visitors, most tourists won't want to miss this. This is a resort which is in the northern part, bordering Mozambique, just a few kilometers away from the Kosi, the border. And if you're there, you can, if you have your passport and you have vaccinated and you follow all the necessary procedures, you can quickly go to Ponta d'Or, and within an hour or two, you can be in Maputo and back to your room. So this is one area where you can really spend your time and relax and enjoy and not really regret going there. There are fish crawls, I'm sure you've seen, that are 700 years old, because here in iSimangaliso there is also that cultural heritage that we want to bring about, so that you don't only enjoy the fauna and flora, but you can also enjoy how people used to live many years ago. Fortunately, for people in Kosi Bay, they have managed to preserve that, and you can still see that, and that practice used to take place 700 years ago. When we're discussing with you in close proximity, we will then explain what exactly happens in those fish crawls and what makes them different and how conservation friendly are they, and all those issues. But in terms of the potential, you have an opportunity there to develop a 350 to 400 bed mid-upmarket lodge and a conference facility as well. So that is what you can do there in the Kosi Bay Resort. So that's what we can offer. Let's go to another very interesting site, not too far away from St. Lucia, not too far away from your Charters Creek, to be more specific, and it's called Fanny's Island. It's an island. Let's see how it looks like. Trust me, those rondavels are no longer there. So you will definitely not be investing in those rondavels. So there's also an opportunity for you to create your own thing there. But what is good about this site is that it has these pristine views. I'm sure you've seen the lake. I think at the time of taking the picture, it was during the drought season. If you were to go now, it's breathtaking because the lake is filled up and there is enough water, there is good fishing activities that can be undertaken there. So it's a very beautiful site, and it can be it's accessed through your western shores. It's on the western shores of the park. Remember, I said St. Lucia has eastern shores where you will find your Cape Vidal, but this one is on the western shores alongside your Charters Creek. So the potential there is that you can design and construct main complex, swimming pool, you can have camping and caravaning sites, you can have a jetty, boat launching sites, a kiosk. You can also construct in terms of accommodation, 4-bed units, and you can also do 2 6-bed units. You can also do 5 2-bed and 2 4-bed chalets. And all these activities go hand in hand with game drives as well as guided walks on the western shores, and that includes your fishing, of course. As I said, it's on the western shores, and that is what it can offer. In St. Lucia town itself, overlooking the ocean, the estuary that you've probably heard many stories about, one of the biggest estuaries in the southern Africa, we have a site called St. Lucia campsite, the Sugarloaf. Let's see how it looks like. There you've got 92 sites and each accommodating a maximum of 6 people, so you can do your calculations. Ablutions with hot water, a swimming pool, and the key features of that site include your boat cruise, game drive, charter fishing, recreational fishing, snorkeling, guided walks, as well as bird watching. So that's what that site can provide. We then, if you go to R22, we have your False Bay, which I think most of you know about it. An area called the False Bay campsite. And I know some of you were shocked when you saw it during the era of drought, when it was very dry and you could easily walk into that area. But today, you dare not take your chances because it's filled up. So let's show you how it looks like. Amazing. Good. That's your False Bay. That's how it looks like. Beautiful. It's at the widest point of your Lake St. Lucia, held by 2 peninsula. The Nibela to the north and Trozi in the south. Beautiful ecosystems as you could see. Thornfeld, woodland, open savanna. Shoreline, one of the richest remaining pockets of sand forest in South Africa. So this is again a site that has a lot of history to provide, but also a lot of fauna and flora to provide for your visitors over and above the relaxation experience because of what it can provide. There are 14 campsites with plug points and 38 without power points, braai stands and communal ablutions, and this is an area where you can go with your family even on a Saturday and just enjoy the place. It's wonderful. It's amazing. The tranquility there, amazing. Next to it is our wilderness site, which is in Tiwani, where you have the big game, your black rhino and white rhino, and many other big game. So you have that site where you won't find the human trace. You will be there and you will think that no one was ever in this space, and that is how it is managed. We then have the Sodwana Diving Center, currently managed by Coral Divers in terms of the location. And let's show you again how this looks like. It's in Mazwana. Beautiful, magnificent. So that is Mseni, sorry. It's in Sodwana. It's in the heart of the Sodwana Bay, in the June Forest. There are modern cottages there. There's a beach house, a pool form part of this facility. There's a restaurant with stunning panoramic views. You can see the ocean. You can see all the activities there. It's amazing. It's just a place to be, and with beautiful restaurants and a bar area. So that is what Mseni Lodge in that area in Sodwana can also offer. Over and above that, you will see that when I was presenting the opportunities that I've just presented, I was presenting them together with the activities, what they can offer as a package, because we don't want to provide an investment opportunity that only caters for accommodation, but we want to make sure that we combine it with other activities to increase and expand on your visitor experience. So we've got standalone opportunities where we can also get investors to invest in those opportunities. If you look at the open vehicles, we've got 134, and that is all the way from your eastern shores, western shores. In fact, if you look at eastern shores in particular, we've got 36 open vehicles. That's a standalone. If you wanted to buy a vehicle for an open game drive, there's an opportunity there. Western shores, enjoy the beauty of your posing giraffes. 36 opportunities there. Falls Bay, 10 open vehicles. In Mkuza, again, 36 open vehicles. Sodwana, 4. And Kosi Bay, 10. Lake Sibai or Sibai is 2. And a total of those open vehicles throughout Isibangaliso, all the way from Mapelane to Kosi Bay, is 134. The boat cruise opportunities or concessions that are available standalone, Falls Bay is 3, Kosi Bay is 5, and St. Lucia is 9, and a total of those opportunities is 17 that we are offering. Scuba diving is 11, and you find that in Sodwana alone. Snorkeling, you'll find it in Eastern Shores, you'll find it in Sodwana, you'll find it in Manzangwenya. In Sodwana, we have 6 opportunities there, and we've got 4 in Manzangwenya. So if you're looking at that Rocktail Bay, again, this is an opportunity for, which is a standalone again. Banganek, it's 4, and Kosi Bay is 5. The total of that is 21. Guided walks, it's 2, and that is in Kosi Bay. You also have turtle tours, Eastern Shores 2, Sodwana 2. That's what we've got there, and it's a total of 4. That's the Turtle Tours vehicle. The Turtle Tours walks, we've got 4, and you will find that in Banganek, and as I indicated, we have constructed a very beautiful, very fine gravel road going into that area. So if you don't have a 4x4, you don't have an excuse of not visiting that place. The horse riding, it's 5. 1 in Eastern Shores, 1 in Falls Bay, 1 in Sodwana, 1 in Banganek, 1 in Kosi Bay, and that makes it 5 opportunities that we are making available. We then have fishing charters, it's 20 that we have. Sodwana 10, and in St. Lucia it's 10 again, which makes it 20. The trails, we've got 2, and you find them in the Eastern Shores. And the kayaking as well as canoeing, it's 2 in Kosi Bay, It's also 2 in Lake Sibai. It's also 2 in St. Lucia, which makes it 6. Whale watching, we've got 1 in Sodwana, we've got 1 in St. Lucia, which makes it 2. So those are the standalone opportunities. So in total, as I said, open vehicles 134, 17 for boat cruise, and the scuba diving 11, 21 for snorkeling, guided walks 2, turtle tow vehicles is 4, and turtle tow walks is 4, and horse riding is 5, and fishing charters 20, and trails is 2, kayaking and canoeing is 6, whale watching is 2. So that is what we wanted you to be aware of, to say these are the opportunities that we are making available for those who may have an interest to invest in those standalone offerings as well. The boat cruise, you have that boat cruise, as I indicated, you explore that scenic beauty of iSimangaliso Wetland in the comfort and of broad ferry that is able to venture into shallow waters of the lakes. It makes it even more exciting with the high levels of water this time around. You depart from one of 2 cheap jetties in a 2-hour estuary boat cruise and is stopping at interesting sightings along the way. You will definitely, when you own a boat cruise in St. Lucia in particular, not be in a position of being hungry for not seeing a hippo or at least a crocodile, because we've got a number of them. And the skippers there are so good. Hopefully, when you invest in this, you get the best skippers who will do exactly or even more than what ours are currently doing. The scuba diving, we've talked about that. I've talked about the issue of the coral reefs sustained by the warm, nutrient-rich waters of the Agalas Current, creating those best diving spots, which we all know. The snorkeling, we've also talked about. The coastline stretches from the Mapelane, as we all know, to the Kosi Bay mouth, near the Mozambique. And we will show you a video for all these things shortly. We've got the guided walks, as I said, the turtle tours vehicles, the turtle tours walks, and the wilderness trails. All these, we want to show you just a small video so that you can see exactly what we're talking about and how it looks like. And you will have that appetite of really investing in this space.
Game viewing roads traverse the iSimangaliso Wetland Park, offering the ultimate open vehicle safari experience. Journey with giraffes along the western shores. Visit Umkhozi for a chance to see the Big Five. Drive along the eastern shores to Cape Vidal by day for a beach and bush experience. And by night, spot the nocturnal endemic Sitaro dwarf chameleon and the hyena. iSimangaliso Wetland Park, the Big Five, and so much more. Explore the scenic iSimangaliso wetlands aboard a ferry, venturing into the shallow waters of the lakes. Depart from one of the jetties on a 2-hour estuary boat cruise for close encounters with hippos, crocodiles, and abundant bird life. Including fish eagles, kingfishers, flamingos, and oh so many more. Where better to drift off into the sunset than right here? iSimangaliso Wetland Park, South Africa's premier dive destination, includes a world top 5 dive site. Experience our pristine underwater paradise, defined by vibrant coral landscapes teeming with abundant marine life. These waters are home to over 1,200 resident fish species, including large visitors such as humpback whales and whale sharks. World-class dive operators offer professional diving courses in our warm waters, with great visibility all year round. Come dive this place of miracle and wonder. Snorkel warm waters and pristine beaches along the iSimangaliso coastline that stretches from Maphelane in the south to the Kosi Bay mouth in the north. Fun for the whole family. An opportunity to visit the sanctuaries and nurseries for the marine life that call our ocean home. A whole new world awaits. Explore the park's splendor under the guidance and safety of an experienced ranger. Take a walk along one of iSimangaliso's many trails and be fully immersed in the natural world, enjoying the beauty and wonder of creatures big and small. Explore unspoiled beaches and game reserves on horseback. The Eastern Shores and False Bay offer a fantastic equestrian experience on horses especially chosen to suit the terrain. Ride into a brand new day with the rising sun, or into the distance during a magical sunset. Teeming with fish, the iSimangaliso coastline attracts many avid fishermen to its shores, with Sodwana Bay and St. Lucia favored as fishing destinations. Following strict regulations, fishermen enjoy the plethora of fish in our lakes and ocean, fishing from both land and sea. Be one with nature. Take a serene walk or an energetic hike along one of iSimangaliso's walking trails. Be engulfed in a world of magnificent fauna and flora. An individual or group experience that will leave anyone yearning for more. Offered only as a guided activity in the water bodies of Kosi Bay and St. Lucia, this experience is like no other. Witness the bountiful bird life, a variety of mangroves, and so much more. Be in awe of the miracle and wonder of iSimangaliso Wetland Park. An experience like no other, and nothing short of spectacular. From June till November each year, the humpback whales visit the shores of iSimangaliso in all their splendor, journeying all the way from Antarctica around Maphelane into these pristine waters, breaching, waving, and often with calves by their side. Offered in St. Lucia and Sodwana, a truly mesmerizing experience.
Thank you. I think you have seen what we can offer, and those are standalone opportunities, as I said. We want to thank the opportunity that you have given us to be able as iSimangaliso to present these opportunities to you as investors, potential investors. And we really do look forward to see you in our space, because we have space to accommodate you, and we've just shown you the space that we have. So all that we need is to see you with your wallets coming to iSimangaliso. I don't know if people can flash wallets here so that we can see. We've got people who are with us here, but because we're doing live streaming here, we've got people in Mbazwana Multipurpose Center in Lingana, Sanbonani in Lingana. We also have people in Big Five Tlabisa Chamber in Hluhluwe. We also have people in Tubatuba Hall. We also have people in Jozini Municipality Chamber. We also have people in Mfolozi local municipality and the chambers. And of course, those of you who have joined us here today. I think the big question now is, yes, Mr. Kosini, we've seen what you can offer. So what now? What next? Before we lift our wallets. Let me first give you the comfort that the issue of the public participation process, the PPP process, we have dealt with that process with National Treasury as we speak. For the standalone and projects or activities that are below 10 million, we have been exempted. As we speak, we have finalized that process. We are still going to engage with National Treasury, because the other ones that are above 10 million require quite extensive processes to be followed, and we'll be going through those as well. So just watch the space and keep your eye and be our best buddy in terms of looking at our website, because it will be exciting. 6 months from now, we will be looking into how do we now begin to get into those that are above your 10 million in particular. But we've got this to offer, and we've got those exemptions from National Treasury, and we're good to go. We're good to go. As I said, and I'm sure some of you have heard the President talking about government's plan and initiative to attract investment in South Africa in particular. And there is that target of 1.2 trillion that we have since 2018 for 5 years. Already, as we speak, there is commitment of about 770 billion that has been committed. I want to believe, Prof, that as we are gathered here today, we are going to change 770 billion into very close to this 1.2 trillion that the President is looking at in terms of commitment. But this time around, it's not going to be a commitment for the sake of a commitment. We want commitments that are genuine and real, serious commitments, because we have no time to play. We just want business to flourish in iSimangaliso. I said to you earlier on, iSimangaliso is a jail. iSimangaliso is a sleeping giant. We need those who have the right muscles to just awaken that giant, so that this giant will contribute significantly in the economy of this country, address the issues, the social issues, the poverty, unemployment, and inequality that we have, especially in Umkhanyakude as well as King Cetshwayo. And iSimangaliso, as I said, the second objective is to empower the historically disadvantaged communities. So we want to make sure that your involvement, your participation in iSimangaliso will ultimately contribute in alleviating these issues of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. And we definitely have no doubt. And I must just share with you, we were discussing with the board to say, to further make sure that communities living in and adjacent to the park We are very open-minded. The third objective, as I said, is promote tourism and tourism-related development. And our view with the board is to say, what is wrong if we can, working with you, progressive investors? What is wrong that if we can consider setting up laundry outside of the park, not inside of the park, so that linen from your chalets, from your huts and so on, can be given to those communities' youth, so that when they see a bus coming to St. Lucia, Kosi Bay, Mkuze, even if there's a toy, someone will stand and say, leave this bus because it's going to do something in the linen, and definitely tomorrow we will have something to do which will put food on our table. That's how we believe conservation will contribute in changing people's lives. We need you as our partners, and we have all the confidence in you. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, you agree with me that was very detailed. Of course, in your packs, in your delegate packs, you will find information that's detailed again, that really just gives in greater detail all the projects that the CEO has taken us through. So thank you very much, CEO. And you're right. We are awakening the sleeping giant. You know, the work has begun. So thank you very much for that. As I indicated, we will have a Q&A session, but we felt, you know, just so that you can digest mentally, before you digest food, what has been presented. We will break for lunch just now. In the program, we have been given an hour, but this program director is going to try and lessen that a bit. I think 45 minutes is enough for lunch. Of course, it gives you an opportunity to also network, interact, but we'll come back at 1:45. May I ask that we come back at 1:45, so it's not exactly 45, I'm giving you 40, but we'll play it by ear. I think, let's say 1:45. If we have to get to 10:10, that's fine, or 5:05. But the idea then is we have the session that will be an hour-long session to then engage on the presentation that has been made by the CEO. Lunch is served outside, so you feel welcome to go and dish up, come back to your sport, and enjoy lunch. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm David Jenkins. My name is David Jenkins, also known as Atasi, which is another word for Umlovu, a white person. And you're with me this afternoon is my dear friend, Makina Hatepe from somewhere at Bangin Wazoo.
Sanbona nonke niyaphila. Siyabonga igama lakho isibongo Hatepe ekhayisempangeni esamboyane kwantombi iqomela amakhekhe. Uma unamakhekhe nje ngasekhaya hayi into zakho ihamba kahle.
It's wonderful to be here with you all this afternoon. In the Naira traditional Maskandi duo, focusing on the old school styles of Maskandi. Until we're seeing we could also bring a bit of a Western flair. This next song is one of our favorites by Paul Simon of the Graceland album called Under African Skies.
His path was marked by the stars in the southern hemisphere, and he walked his days under African skies. This is the story of Harvey Truman, the colonial woman. This is the path from passing of the way. the dream of falling and falling in the some moves with them and no moves with them remaining. Setting things child, Lord from Tucson, Arizona. Give her wings to fly from home. She'll bother you no more. This is the story of how we make it terminal. This is the powerful bouncing of life of the way. After the dream of falling and falling and living out. It's all the roots with them and the bones with them remaining. Yellow moon shone in his eyes. His path was marked by the stars in the southern hemisphere, and he walked the length of his days under lavering skies. Hey, Oh no, you got to get. I feel like I'm here with the lights instead. I'm a snowball with the afternoon. I'm so alone. The sun is wrong. They say that all roads do not oppress and gain. And trying to find a way out. This is no escape. And I'm living around that lies inside the sun. Ghost inside the attic. Spinning round and round, imagining some world, some place I can't explain. The conjures up the rain, all the sunshine and rain. When the winds blow, like a lost train, I might touch you and all the morning. When the night stops and I feel like coming in, I might touch you. I call your name. You sing to my life. I call your name. You sing to my life. I call your name. You sing to my life. I call your name. You sing to my life. I call you. Oh no, don't let the sun go down. I'm so alone. I feel like a man. There's no easy road, no easy way. Saying I have to say, time is the distance is the space. I've come so far to find you, that's what I can't erase. That lies inside the sun, the ghost inside the attic, spinning all around. It's actually some world, some place I can't explain. The conjures up the rain, of the sunshine and rain. The wind is blowing, like it drops you rain. Try to touch you, and all the morning. But the night stops and when I feel it coming rain, try to touch you, I call your name. You sing to my life, I call your name. You sing to my life, I call your name. You sing to my life, I call your name. You sing to my life, I call your name.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are starting our last session, which is the interactive session. The CEO is going to explain how it's going to work. But him and his executive team we'll start addressing, the obvious questions that will come out of this session, such as where to from here, before taking questions from the floor. We will have roving mics to take questions. Maybe if I can just ask that when it's your turn to ask a question or make a comment, if you can introduce yourself, and the company you represent, and then make your comment or question. Maybe just to introduce the team that is joined the CEO. We have Mr. Jabulani Ubane, who's the Executive Manager for Tourism and Business Development, right there next to the CEO. We have Mr. Sizo Sibia, Executive Manager for Biodiversity and Conservation Management, behind me. We have Ms. Kamundabo, who's the CFO in the white shirt. And then we have Ms. Mamsi Kumalo, who's the Acting Executive Manager for Social Engagement. Thank you. So they will be assisting the CEO in answering all the questions that come up from the floor. CEO, may I ask that you come through, please?
Thank you once again, Program Director. I'm sure we had good lunch. We enjoyed our lunch and good music. A round of applause to Makringa Lukatas. A wonderful performance. Well done. Thank you guys. Thank you very much. Amazing. Thank you. I'm hoping that you had enough time to engage, interact, because that was the purpose. Yes, it was lunch, but we also wanted you to have business engagements so that you can start discussing and what are the possible questions that you want to ask, so that by the time you walk out of this summit, at least you have answers dealt with accordingly. But as I was presenting, I think I got a sense, and as I was interacting during lunch with some of you, I got a sense that there are questions that are quite obvious, that we need to be addressing quite frankly and as quickly as possible. And if you feel there are any of those questions that we may have left or not attended to, this is exactly the opportunity to deal with that. So with me, as per the program director's announcement, I have the team that has been introduced. So the first question that we're looking at is to say, thank you very much, Mr. CEO. You have now presented. We've seen the pictures, the video clips, and we are all excited. We are now really warming up into this game. But where to from here? What do we do? As we walk out of this place, what do we do the following day? I think we will answer that question. The Executive Manager, Tourism and Business Development, Mr. Mbubane, will attend to that. We want to hear whether are we going to go, what process are we going to follow? Tendering, bidding, what process are we going to follow here? So that people come out of this summit knowing very well. We want to make this as practical as possible so that it's not a talk show. You know that you have come here and we give you all the necessary information to prepare yourself, because we are very serious about you investing in iSimangaliso. How long this process is going to take shortly after leaving this summit, so that you can understand that. I'm sure you are so keen, especially for some of the products that I was presenting here. You are so keen to get a sense of how much Mapelane could be, how much Cape Verde could cost. You just want to get a sense. But just bear in mind that we will provide you with that information, but those figures are going to be estimates. We are still going to undertake feasibility studies, and figures may change, but for your knowledge, for your sense of understanding, we will give you that information so that you can start working on from those figures. I'm sure you also want to know whether we will give you an opportunity. I understand the video clips were so short, but I'm sure they did create that appetite to even know more about the park, especially those who may have not been to the park, or those who have been to the park but not to all the sites that we have. I think Mr. Ngubane will also talk to that, to see how do we provide you with that opportunity so that you can get to see these places that we're talking about, first-hand kind of experience, so that by the time you make a proposal, you know exactly what you're talking about. And we want to encourage you, especially in the green envelopes, we want innovation. Can we get people with new ideas, especially in this ecotourism industry? New ideas, breathtaking, innovative, new ideas that are going to make iSimangaliso to be the place. Because our main objective is to create a situation where a tourist lands in Joburg, maybe goes to Kruger, Mpumalanga and other areas, but before they take their flight back to UK or wherever, they must have come to KZN and visit iSimangaliso and some of the sites that iSimangaliso KZN Wildlife has, because we have a lot to offer, even more in collaboration with iSimangaliso KZN Wildlife. Some of you may be asking yourself, we know there's an institutional arrangement between iSimangaliso KZN Wildlife and iSimangaliso. What is the status quo? Mr. Sizo Spear is going to talk to that, maybe, and the CFO, so that you have an understanding, because you may be asking yourself whether, as we're giving you these opportunities, are you now going to inherit the employees from iSimangaliso KZN Wildlife? Is that what iSimangaliso is asking you to do? I'm sure you do have that question. And it has a lot of bearing in terms of your decision as to whether you want to invest or not. So that is a question that we will answer for you. There's an issue that protected areas, as we all know the history, are under land claims. Settled, some of them have been settled, some not. Now, the question again is, what is the approach? If a land claim is settled, if I invest, what are the risks that are associated with that, or what is the approach of iSimangaliso in dealing with those issues so that they do not create a situation where I become worried about the return on investment? So those are issues that we will also be dealing with, and Ms. Kumalo will be looking into that, but also to create a sense of comfort on issues that may be worrying a lot of you around land invasion, land grabbing, illegal developments, and so on. Is iSimangaliso best positioned in terms of capacity, capability, strategic relationships to deal with those issues so that they do not become a significant factor affecting the return on your investment? So those are issues, those are very difficult issues that we'll be looking at, and Umamu Kumalo will attend to that. You see, I'm not answering any question, they are. I've talked about the issue of the iSimangaliso and the employees and so on. Some of you may be asking, especially we've got standalone opportunities like a game drive vehicle, a boat, a concession, maybe a diving concession, those that are standing alone. They are small opportunities. What are the opportunities or what support is available for those who may not have access to finance so that they begin to partake or participate, in fact, to these small opportunities or these opportunities in general? Is there anything that iSimangaliso or government in general is putting to the fore to assist those who may not have enough to get into these opportunities, but who have an interest to participate. So those are questions that we will be talking about, and Mr. Ngubane will be addressing that point. So we thought we should just bring those issues to the fore. Finally, CISO, there has been something on the news around the estuary, the Lake St. Lucia estuary. Are we going to open the mouth so that we will have the estuary functioning as an estuary? Remember, we call it an estuary when there is that symbiotic relationship between the ocean and the lake. Otherwise, it's a lake because it only has the fresh water. Otherwise, it's seawater. And the lake, the estuary, is an estuary purely because it has a combination of both the ocean or the seawater and the freshwater lake system. Now, we know the problems that are there in St. Lucia. We acknowledge the challenges that that problem presents to farmers who are farming upstream, the inundation of farms, and so on. How are we dealing with those issues? What are the plans of iSimangaliso? I think those are questions that we feel we will be dealing with. Some of you have commented, we've seen in Facebook and so on, people raising issues or concerns about game in St. Lucia, in other parts of the park, that they come to the park, but they don't have an opportunity to see game. Are we restocking? Are we rewilding? What are we doing here? So it's all those questions that we will be answering, and this panel will deal with those issues. We will then afford you an opportunity to ask us any question that you may have over and above these questions. But we felt it will be imperative that we do attend to these issues quite upfront so that we put you at ease. Thank you very much, Program Director. I will then hand over to my learned colleagues here. Thank you. I'll do this for him so that I don't have to answer questions.
Thank you very much, CEO. He looks like a very kind young man. He told me a month ago that if we don't pull up a successful summit, I mustn't indicate to St. Lucia, I must continue on N2 to my home village. So I will discuss with him after the summit whether must I indicate or must I proceed. Thanks. In terms of the value of the project, we uploaded the project and the catalog together with the whole list. You will see that we only showcase 14 development sites. But in iSimangaliso we've got 48, and then we trim it to 27, and then we put 10 so that at least it's digestible because we'll be rolling out in phases. So we also expect to engage one-on-one after the summit so that we can able to answer your specific questions. But I'll just give 2 or 3 examples. Like for instance, Mapelane, I'll be talking basically on the maximum that we have set from our side. Mapelane in terms of investment can go up to 70 million rand, depending on your plan, on your target market, how would you like to run the business and so forth. But if you go to Cape Vital, because here it was in a summit and we're showcasing, when we advertise, you'll see in Cape Vital that we'll put a retail shop, we'll put a restaurant as well, so that it's a package, it makes business sense, and it covers all issues. Cape Vital is sitting at 280 million rand investment. Once again, it depends on your plans and your proposals on your target market. But what we would like to make sure what happens in this, like for instance, Mapelane, Cape Vital, we want to keep it open for South Africans. So we don't want in the existing envelopes, which are existing, to be a 4 and 5 star, and then we exclude the South Africans. For this specific reason, during COVID-19, our research showed us that 75% of our tourists who keep us going and afloat was South Africans. So we will not see or go below that. But in terms of green envelopes, which there is no development, that's where you can do your 5 star and 4 star, as well as low impact, high yield kind of arrangement. Another example will be Rocktail Bay. Rocktail Bay investment can go up to 30 million rand to Rocktail Bay. But these are just, like the CEO have said, just the figures. So, I mean, you will give us your proposal and then we'll take it from there. In terms of the process, we are as a government entity. We follow National Treasury Regulation 16, and we've been working hand in hand with the National Treasury. Like the CEO have said, we made the application of the exemption. I think with Sun Parks, we got the exemption. I also realized Sun Parks have got the exemption as well. So the reason why we got the exemption is because we follow that process. Like the CEO have said, the exemption is only for the small capital expenditure, which is project below 10 million rand. Project above 10 million rand, more especially your development envelopes or opportunities, that needs to follow a specific process. Like the CEO have said, from our side, we've done a lot of background and behind the scenes, so that when we come here today, we're better prepared and we can able to say, in 6 months' time, we're ready to go. I think for CEO, it will be even less than that with the activities or around there. In terms of the development envelopes, we have to follow the process because there are 3 things that the investors are looking for. One, they go for your product. The CEO have touched base on the stability, but more importantly, return for investment. So once you made an agreement with us, you must be rest assured that for the next 20 years, for the next 25 years, or for the next 15 years, whatever the period is, you are not worried about anything. Because we're governed by the regulations. Executive can change, come and go, but the framework remains. So in terms of that, that's where we are. Some of the camps, iSimangaliso have invested, like for instance, Charters Creek, the capital investment there was sitting at 60 million rand. We've put 48 million rand. So basically, we'll build a camp to a stage where you just come with your furniture, your beds, and able to operate. I think I've covered most of the questions. I will leave or pass the mic to my colleague. Thanks.
Thank you. In the exemptions he was mentioning, he also exempted me from greeting everyone. Okay, I will deal with, I would say, legal related issues as they pertain to tourism only. The relationship we have with iSimangaliso was in twofold. The first one was on tourism, where iSimangaliso Case and Wildlife were our developers operating within the park. The second one was on the management of the park in general, where we got married in the early 2000s, and the responsibilities in the house was that iSimangaliso would deal with the management of conservation-related matters, which include compliance, ecological related things, and so on, everything that pertains to tourism. And iSimangaliso will deal with other things. In that marriage, the marriage officer told us that the divorce was impossible. So we are partners who are operating in the same space, doing complementary job from each other. The only difference is that within iSimangaliso, the legislation makes iSimangaliso to be the management authority and the accounting authority within iSimangaliso. I always want to emphasize the within part because, as a fellow we know, and the MEC did say that they have a footprint across the province. Therefore, I don't want the confusion of saying they are not the management authorities even outside iSimangaliso. Only within iSimangaliso, where iSimangaliso Wetland Park Authority is the management authority in terms of the legislations. The issue of the St. Lucia mouth, I would just highlight it a bit. It's an issue that has got discussions that dates back to 2007, 2008. But the bottom line is that you have the estuary that has been interfered with by humans, and I emphasize humans, that I don't want to point fingers at which user group. I'm just saying humans, including myself, for a number of decades. Now, when iSimangaliso was listed as a heritage site, the minister said we were listed for 3 criteria out of 10. 1, each criteria is called an outstanding universal value. And I always say, for you to be listed as a heritage site, it's like me saying my wife is beautiful. But also 80 other countries agree with me that indeed your wife is beautiful. So that is the situation. It's not like me boasting about my wife only, but it's about this whole room saying also, no, we agree. Indeed, your wife is beautiful. So 80 countries agreed that actually this wife, iSimangaliso, is beautiful 3 times. Now, one of the reasons for iSimangaliso to be listed in one of the criteria was because of the Lake St. Lucia itself. So these areas, the criteria or these areas that we say we are listed for, in the World Heritage language, they say it's an outstanding universal value. It can't be found elsewhere. So Lake St. Lucia was one of those biological ecosystem areas where they cannot be found anywhere in the world other than in St. Lucia. But the reality on the ground is that you've got different user groups that are benefiting both socially, economically, and ecologically from the very same system. At times, the behavior of an estuary sometimes leads to the conflict of all these user groups in this sense. If it is operating naturally, and it is opening and closing as a normal estuary will do, all user groups will understand that, and then they will know, those who are farming will know that at this time we may have inundation, let's live with that. Those who are fishing, they will know that at this time there will be no fish coming from the ocean to the system or from the system to the ocean, we will live with that. At times there will be lesser water for those who are cruising with boats to cruise. But the difficulty with this system is that as a result of the interference by human nature, its functionality has slightly deviated from its natural state. Therefore, what happens is that you begin to have things like sedimentation coming down, extended periods of inundation of farms every time there's rainfall. And as it closes, the fishermen up the lake are not getting fish because there's no fish coming from the ocean to the side. Hence, there was a JEF project at some point that was trying to resolve that. However, science facts change over time. They started by saying we should stay for 10 days inside. That was science because of COVID. Then later they said that's not necessary if your toe are mild. That's what I mean by science facts change. It doesn't mean they were wrong, but it only means as you go, you research, you find new facts. We have new problems from the solution we introduced. But there is one common understanding that every user group of the lake has, that we want the lake to function as natural as possible. So what I want to say here is that we are engaging both the provincial and the national with our stakeholders trying to find a solution. At this stage, others are fine, others are not fine, but the bottom line is that if your neighbor is not fine, you're also not going to be fine. So that's, at least in a nutshell, of the situation in St. Lucia. We are engaging. We have the support of provincial government, we have the support of national government. Of course, ourselves and Ezenvelo are working together with all the user groups of the system to try and find solution. That's where we are with that. Now, the other issue that the CEO touched on is invasion or encroachment. The reality we are faced with in the Umkanyagud is not much in King Kajwala, is that generally Umkanyagud is not, its soils do not suit agriculture anywhere. Where I come from, you can farm anywhere, it doesn't matter. In Umkanyagud region, district, I would say, you need specific areas to farm in. They must be either swamp forest or next to the catchments and so on. And for us, we are not saying we are against farming, but we say farming, like in your house, must have its own space to take place from. The same way as you have the bathroom in your house, the kitchen, and the bedroom. So what is happening now is that because the areas outside are so limited, and the job opportunities also, as we know, it's the problem of the whole country. Of course, farming, it becomes the easiest option for people to survive. Hence, the encroachment we're working with. What we have done since, with the leadership of the board and the CEO, is that we've recognized that this is an intergovernmental problem. It cannot be resolved by iSimangaliso alone because it includes providing alternatives for livelihood of these people. Because remember, the CEO did say in his opening that one of the mandates that iSimangaliso has is to empower the previously disadvantaged people. So again, this is another problem that intergovernmentally it's coordinated by iSimangaliso and Ezenvelo to try and find alternative means of livelihood. But the result of it, I mean, the cause of it is, of course, the employment climate out there, which I'm not going to dwell much on. I'm leaving the depressing ones now. When iSimangaliso came into being, those who had been there know very well that it was mostly plantations, and it was infested with alien and invasive species, mostly plants, because we have not dealt much with the aquatic life on aliens. Now, what has since happened? The problems that iSimangaliso has embarked on since then is to clear these species in order to provide the habitat for the iconic species and also non-iconic species to that habitat to come back so that we can do what is known as rewilding. Meaning, we allow the indigenous trees to grow back. We also start reintroducing animals that previously existed in this area. When the minister was reading her speech, she spoke about the introduction of elephants when the quote of the former President, Mr. Mandela, on the elephants and so on. That was the beginning of it. 2 years ago, the CEO had facilitated the introduction of cheetahs in Vikuzi. And we are currently with Ezenvelo working at seeing if we can't get elands that have got genes that can sustain the heat of areas like Mkuzi and generally the heat of the coastline. Because as the CEO said, we want a situation where if you disembark from your plane at Mkuzi, you can go to the mountain in Mkuzi Game Reserve and go through the community that owns the various reserve in Bajobe. And in the afternoon, you'll be basking on the sands of the ocean, Indian Ocean in Sotwana. So you can only do that by rewilding. But when you're introducing animals, as we know, you don't want to overdo that. But you want to do it enough that game viewing is worth doing. Lastly, the issues of environmental authorization, which the CEO touched on a bit. When he was presenting here, he split the sites into two. First site was the brown site. Brown is just the term of the environmental fundis, meaning the site is either operational or there was a building that took place there. There, we all know those who are in tourism, very quick to start operating. You can, within 6 months, as they say, operate because not many steps you go to get your environmental authorization. Yes, maybe you may not have the layout, the architecture, and how you would like it to be, but you start making money like the following day after arriving today. I'm joking. But then, the green one, of course, you then, as the CEO said, iSimangaliso is the national entity. So the competent authority will be the minister. When we're doing this environmental authorization, of course, we'll be dealing with national. Currently, the department is working on minimizing the time it takes to finalize the environmental impact assessment applications. I think that is it. Thank you.
Just to highlight on the Ezemvelo located and wildlife issue, and I'm happy that the MEC is here, that we will not be taking over employees from Ezemvelo. So when you come to these sites, you will find them ready for you with your new employees. In terms of the labor issues, we've dealt with that. And we are finalizing that process, but there seems to be very good consensus around that. This is to make sure that when you come in, we give you as enough opportunity as possible in terms of making sure that you have the best suitably qualified personnel to run the business and allow you an opportunity to make money. So that is how we are advancing around that. The facilities themselves, in terms of ownership, they are owned by us as iSimangaliso, and that's how we would want to continue, and that's why commercialization, not privatization. So that is the approach that we wanted to. In fact, that's what we also wanted to clarify. CFO, I'm not sure if you want to say something very quickly. I can see the itching to ask us questions.
Thank you, CEO. You know, when I came to iSimangaliso, I get to introduce to brown envelopes. So I did not know. They had to explain to me what do they mean about brown envelopes. So being a CFO, knowing brown envelopes in another way. So I'm sure you got to understand what are brown envelopes and green today. Okay, the question that I'm going to answer, CEO, is just a short one about the participation of our communities or investors. Because one of the key things that we want is also the beneficiation of every communities. Especially those who were previously at a disadvantage. And we have developed a beneficiation scheme that will assist, but on top of that, the CEO has already had engagement with the small business to assist those who will want to participate in this investment that iSimangaliso is coming up with, such as IDC is keen to assist those. Ithala is also interested, as well as National Empowerment Fund. They are also interested. So in a nutshell, we have set up what we call a one-stop shop, where you can set up all your companies and also know how to do it. In the units by seed, that is where we are developing such engagement. So if you want funding and you do not have full funding to participate, those are the other assistance that iSimangaliso will assist, so that all of us can be able to participate, but taking into account also the privacy disadvantage. I think that's what is also key, that we will want to see a diversity of everyone participating. One time the CEO said to us, they will want to see amashidi ewashwa ngaphandle with our people, and we have trained that service provider that is washing for you as an investor, that is doing laundry. You don't go to Richards Bay to buy bread, but you buy bread under Inkosi Utembe. So that is what we want to achieve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CEO. As it has been alluded to, IPAC is claimed by foreign communities stretching from Mapelane up to Kwatembe. The condition for claiming those pieces of land is that the land should remain for conservation in perpetuity. Hence, as iSimangaliso, we have developed iSimangaliso Community Beneficiation Scheme, also taking into consideration the existing co-management agreements that we have with our communities. So it is expected that the communities benefit from iSimangaliso. And again, we do acknowledge that the existence of the park highly depends on a harmonious relationship with our communities. iSimangaliso has a dedicated personnel working or addressing or dealing with all community issues at iSimangaliso. Thank you.
All right, so thank you very much, colleagues. I think we've attended to all those questions, and I was just checking with Umbomvu whether he has addressed the issue of the tendering, the procurement process, and he's confirming that he did. I'm sure you've heard that. What was that? Okay, I think Umbomvu, you must come back. Elaborate, and that's the crux of the matter, I guess.
Thanks. Thank you very much, CE. I will just use a basic scenario so that it clearly explains how we're gonna go through the process. In terms of the strategy, it's commercialization strategy. How do you operationalize that strategy? You operationalize it through a PPP, or public-private partnership. So if it was, I'm just making an example, if the organization was buying vehicles, they will just do the specification, advertise terms of reference, and then we get the bidders to go for it. When you come to public-private partnership, that's why we work hand in hand with Treasury. It doesn't remove that process, but over and above those processes, there are steps that you need to follow from the inception stage, your pre-feasibility studies. Lucky enough, from iSimangaliso, we've gone through that. We've done the inception phase. We appointed the project officer. We've done the feasibility study. So when you put your proposal, we will compare it with our feasibility study that we have done. After that, you get the exemption from the National Treasury. Lucky enough, with the small capitalization, we've got the exemption. But what it means now we're not going to get authority from National Treasury, but we'll get it internally within the organization. What is good about iSimangaliso is that our offices are in one building. If I do the document, I pass it to CISO pass it to CFO give it to the CEO. In 1 day turnaround time, we can have the document signed. I'm just making it as an example. So once we have gone through all the processes from National Treasury, then as a public entity, you start advertising those opportunities. You have to follow that because AG will come at the end of the year. We are required by law to report in terms of all the projects we have. The first question they will ask from me, they will say, give us all the agreements you have as iSimangaliso. Once I have the agreement, they said, give me Treasury Exemption 2B. I must be able to produce those documents. That's why I was saying we're following a process, but that is my job, it's not your job. It's my job to do so that when I come to you, I just advertise those. Over and above that, in our relationship with National Treasury, they are willing even to provide training. Should you need training how to do and go through the process, they are willing to help us with that. So that's the process. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Mbongo. Obviously, if you need more information, you will ask questions or you will see us and we will attend to those questions later on. But thank you very much, colleagues. And those, as I said, were pre-questions from ourselves that we felt should be addressed. But we will now hand over to you, Program Director, and you will then deal with the issue of questions from the floor. We did not acknowledge, and Prof, we must really acknowledge the support that we got from Ezenvelo KZN Wildlife, the acting CEO, Babu Dulani, who has arrived. Here is the gentleman, Babu Dulani, who is the acting CEO at Ezenvelo KZN Wildlife. Thank you very much, MEC. The cooperation, that thing which used to be there, Babu Mkiza, Dr. Bandile, of Injanekati between Ezenvelo and KZN Wildlife is no more. We are now working together, Sibambisene, we are one thing and we are really pushing it and it does bear fruit for us. Thank you very much, NSC, for that support. I must say the TKZN, you are a program director, I know you can't say that for yourself. But the video clips that you saw here, the images and everything, even the initial studies into what you see today, and the brains behind this come from the experienced tourism KZN, which again is under the auspices of a very capable MEC, Honorable Pillay. Thank you very much, Sis Pindile, the board present here. So what you see here is demonstration how government, if working together, what can be achieved, or how government can turn things around if we're working together. So that's where we are, and thank you very much. Now it's your turn to ask us questions, and we're ready to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. I thought you sanitized for me. Just to give me a bit of a treat. Thank you. So we'll take questions from the floor, ladies and gentlemen. I hope the roving mics, I'm not sure who's okay. There's one that I see there, and one that side, and another. Or is that a hand already? I think there's a first question that is already going to be asked that side. So I will just recognize, I'll just recognize the two roving mics. So the gentleman on my right has the first question. And then maybe if I can just take a few questions, maybe 5 at a time. The gentleman this side in red. Any other taker? Gentleman in white, Craig there. Any other? Okay, we'll take the first 3. And then allow the team to answer, and then we'll take the next round.
Ngiyabonga ithuba engilitholayo My name is Ernest Mlambo from Eduwudugu, who is the chairperson of Inkanyamba Development Trust, which is the trust that was established in 2001 with the intention to support conservation, with the intention also to look on our indigenous plants, including our insects, because our indigenous plants sometimes serves as host for our insects. And we also thank Uguti in our area of Umkanyagude. We were lucky Uguti in the way to this status of being a World Heritage Site. Historically, Menangavota in 1994, South Africa was not represented in international issues when it comes into conservation. And I was so happy in 1999 when I found that this status is given to us and South Africa becoming one of the signatories to our international United Nations. Having established this organization, which we call Inkanyamba Development Trust, it was because of the concern that we had when it comes into development, whereby our indigenous plants are the first species that are facing challenge when it comes into development. For instance, when the government is building low-cost houses, the first species that is affected is a plant, because we have to dig, you have to take the soil away. And now for us to focus on indigenous plants, as we did establish what we call Manuelana Art and Indigenous Plants in St. Lucia, it was none other than to respond on rehabilitating those areas that has been affected, and also looking at our wood covers in the area of St. Lucia, who we see as also one of the destroyers. I can use that name. When they're using indigenous plants for wood carving, I call them destroyers, unless they're using alien invasive plants. And also, having had the CEO presentation in terms of the catchments that we are living in, when you talk of alien plant eradication, we do have a concern of chemical usage when it comes into alien plant eradication. We feel as Inkanyamba Development Trust that we should use this biological approach, because we are living in these catchments, which to me serves as the blood vein that take the blood into the heart, which is the lake. So if there are a lot of chemicals in our area, we're talking of the insects, butterflies, we talk of the insect bees, we can realize that these butterflies, these bees can be affected. Our area of interest also, Mr. CEO, is Futululu Forest. Having have this challenge whereby the mouth was opened and there was this flood and back flooding, whereas the trust, we had this interest of this thing need to be interpreted. We need to get into tourism and interpret all these processes that are taking place in the mouth in Futululu. So one day, if the Futululu forest can be part of discussion, that will be very happy on our side. So having been given this opportunity, I'm not asking questions, but I was just contributing because we had this summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mlambo, for your contribution. Thank you. If I could just ask you, please, if we can keep it quite tight to manage time, whether your contribution or question, and take this
one. The MEC, amakhosi ngokuhlukana kwawo, neyivakashele ngiyo. I've got a few questions, so ngiyacabanga ukuthi they'll be addressed to.
Introduction first, please.
Okay, please. It was Tembi from Integrate Property Development. Nginemibuzo embalwa engicabanga ukuthi izophendula abantu abaningi kwipanel ehlala phezulu. Oqala is and I think a lot of them be preemptive, mhlawumbe they'll be covered in my adverts as and when they come up. But the first question I have mainly revolves around umhlaba. So lama opportunities are khona. Is the land going to be sold as freehold land? Nor is it going to be leasehold land? And then are we gonna get fact sheets telling land extents, infrastructure capacity available, and so on, so that one can actually plan what is that a feasible or an unfeasible development? The next one is on these so-called greenfield sites or green envelopes. Obviously, one anticipates with this being an environmentally sensitive site, there is a big likelihood that there'll be objections to the environmental authorization process. How will that be handled? And how will that be handled in terms of the actual, let's call it procurement process that you're going to run? Is if one submits a proposal and the proposed development doesn't see the light of day because of environmental processes, how will the panel actually, or how will iSimangaliso actually deal with that? I think I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Craig?
Good afternoon. Craig Rutherford, Ghost Mountain Inn. I'd like to congratulate the CEO on his sales and marketing presentation. I think you've got some wonderful abilities on the sales side, sir. Just to understand, your predecessors, when they launched similar opportunities, they had very strict investment criteria in terms of community percentages, in terms of levies and profit share and so on. And we haven't heard anything of that today. Is that still to come, or is there thinking around that, or are you leaving it completely open to a proposal? And then in terms of the proposal, and perhaps following up on the previous question, is it a rental? Because you mentioned that iSimangaliso will still own the property. Or what are you looking for? How are you expecting the structure to perhaps be presented? And finally, who do we deal with? Is there an individual, or do we deal with the whole management team? That's me. Thanks.
Thanks, Craig. CEO?
Okay, thank you very much. Kubuza babumlambo sibonga kakhulu ama comments akho, and we've learned quite a lot. But just for your information, the chemicals that we're using for treating alien invasive plants are very eco-friendly. And before we can even procure that, we make sure that they are, because we have to make sure that we don't do anything that is going to be anti-conservation. The biological recommendation that you're putting on in terms of it has serious problems, and as an entity, we've taken a very serious position not to look into that because it presents a number of problems. I'm not going to bore you with that because that's very technical stuff, but the fact is we just don't want to go that route. Velasa, you talked about whether land is going to be sold. No, there is no land that is going to be sold. As we said, here we're talking commercialization, not privatization. In the first instance, we don't own the land, but we are managers of this land. They are owners of the land in the form of amakhosi. Nansi inkosi uMdluli nje ikhona la uma ingalizwe leyo ndaba ungavalwa lo mhlangano. So we are not going to sell any land, but we will get people or investors to invest and run their businesses for a reasonable period of time so that there will be able to get their money back. Remember, you're getting into business so that you can make money. So we want to be as lenient and understanding as possible, that when you get into these opportunities, we give you a much longer period, 5, 10 years, and 15 years, 25, and so on. I'm not too sure whether both you have covered that, just to make sure that people can be able to realize returns on their investment. Infrastructure capacity, you probably have realized in my presentation, I would say this site has 10 chalets, 6 beds, and so on. But I then said there is an opportunity for 800 beds, 300, and so on and so on. So that is what is within the limits. Of course, remember, we are a conservation agency. You don't want to create a situation where in a 20 hectare area, you end up having a hotel that eats up 15 hectares. When you do that, it becomes an antithesis of what you're trying to do, because you won't have space for elephants, you won't have space for your rhinos, you won't have space for your lions, and so on. So we want to limit expansion so that you do that which you can do, which will of course be profitable, but taking into cognizance that we are in a space of conservation. So capacity will be looked at in terms of that. Objections, yes, we can expect objections, especially in the green sites, but in the green envelopes, CFO. But of course, whoever is objecting must object within the prescribed, within the law. You can't just object frivolously because you just want to object. If you do so, there is a way of dealing with such frivolous objections. So that will be looked into. But I think another thing, because we have this very keen interest, we will be working with you as well, together with the department, in providing guidance and assistance to make sure that we can see how best we can remove and deal with the possible bottlenecks in the process. Will iSimangaliso assist with this? Yes, I think we will see how best we can assist you. Craig, you're talking about a very difficult subject, especially in the context where, as I said, we're not the owners. Amakosi, the land claimants, own this piece of land. But as I said, we have this forum where we engage with claimants, Amakosi, to discuss this. And I'm happy to bring it to your attention that we have all agreed that we need investment in iSimangaliso, because it really does not help to keep on saying, this is my land, this is my father's land, this is my forefather's land, and then you wake up in the morning, it's not helping you by anything. So we've agreed that these pieces of land must be used in a manner that is going to help create business, employment opportunities, but also help the greater country in terms of contributing in the GDP. We, however, in the process of the beneficiation, have come up with something called a beneficiation scheme that provides an indication in terms of how communities must benefit. But in that beneficiation scheme, we do take into cognizance the fact that you can't come into business and be expected to pay exorbitant or benefit or pay a lot of money to either the communities or the land claimants in general, because it's not going to be business-like. However, there must be a process where we say, if there are business opportunities, for instance, as I was indicating, you are running a lodge, you have linen in your lodge. Why can't you take that linen and assist Madlamini and Magugumete, who are a cooperative, or who have a company outside Dugu, who have an interest in laundry, so that they see value and relationship in the business that you do inside, but being outside. Remember, the benefit, as I said earlier on, is that even when there is a strike or a protest action, those are the people who will say, allow this bus or allow this van to go through, because tomorrow morning we will have linen to wash and we will have food on our table. But we're also encouraging investors to think a little bit different. When you have plumbing opportunities, when you have other opportunities that may support your business, let's look around, obviously through what Mem was talking about. There are artisans, there are people who can do the handiwork. Let's not bring someone from Joburg and Cape Town to fix your plumbing. Let's get someone local who's qualified, who will do the similar quality type of work in your area. So in so doing, that creates an opportunity to lessen a situation where there is, from a thumbs up, we need 30% equity or benefit from your launch. So those are things that we need to take into cognizance. But over and above that, Craig, just to give you comfort again, we have what Mbongo was talking about, the feasibility studies. Those will also, from a business point of view, demonstrate the capacity or the ability of the lodge in terms of the revenue it can generate. Therefore, you don't want to then squeeze the investor because you are chasing them away. So those will be considerations. That is why when we discuss the issue of the beneficiation scheme, we don't cast it in stone to say, thou shalt. We say there is a principle that there should be this relationship. People must also benefit, but of course, within a process that is going to accommodate the socio-economic issues from the community side, but also give the investor an opportunity to do business, because that's exactly what we're trying to do here. Who do you deal with? We have assigned Mr. Mubane as the Executive Manager, Tourism and Business Development, to be the key person to contact in case you have questions, you want to discuss anything, and he is here. He will be interacting with your emails and so on. But of course, he has a team that he works with. But looking at the magnitude of this work, especially as we are going to progress now into the over 10 million, we may be looking into co-opting other players into the game, just to make sure that this process does not take long. I'm sure you agree with me. You've been waiting for this opportunity to take place. So we can't waste time and dilly-dally in terms of the process and procrastinate. We need to hit the ground running. Challenges outside are saying we must hit the ground running. So I think that's what we wanted to say. I'm not sure if there's a second round. Oh, by the way, I must be...
Thank you, CEO. He's promised the team is hitting the ground running, so no dilly-dallying, no talking, and we are going to be doing. Maybe just to emphasize the point before I take the next round, which is it's always imperative to make sure that tourism is responsible and sustainable. So, of course, responsible tourism being about communities benefiting. So they shouldn't just watch those tourists come in, go out, and they remain poor and without food on the table. So that's very imperative. I will take the next round of questions or comments before we ask the MEC to come and wrap up. Any other round? There is a hand there and there's a hand on my right. Anyone, a third person? The light sometimes gets to me. At the back? Oh yes, there's a hand at the back. Third hand, fourth hand. So I'll take one more. 5 questions. Yes, and the 5th hand. Okay. Yes, you can go, sir.
Thank you. My name is Jabu Mandala. I represent a company called Global Partnerships. We are based here in South Africa and also in the United States. I have a few questions. Firstly, I want to thank and congratulate the whole team for a successful event. I think it was well organized. Thank you. The first question, I just want to find out if you've looked at the risk in terms of climate change in the area. As you know that there's rising sea levels, temperatures, and all of that. But as investors, obviously, they want to understand what the impact of climate change in the area, also considering the terrain in that region, and also the fact that the investment is closer to Mozambique, and there's been lots of rain in that area. That's the first question. The second one, if Isimangaliso is look at the adaptation and mitigation, I heard about, the area is over 1 million hectares, and but greenhouse gas emissions, and Department of Environment was here, and I'm sure they are concerned in terms of what this development is going to do to greenhouse gas emissions, because the forest is quite huge. And when I say forest, I mean both land forests and also sea and ocean forests. So my question is around if you look at the initiatives around adaptation and around mitigation, because I would like to understand that, as I'm sure other investors will also want to understand that part. And the last question is around pollution. Is there any information on the pollution in the area? Because there are lots of communities, you've got ocean, you've got dams, and you've got rivers. That could be a concern if there are landfills and what's the position of landfills and plastic pollution, and if there's any data in terms of what the rivers, the pollution in the rivers, the lakes, and the ocean. So those are my 3 questions around because for the tourism and for the investment to be successful, it's important that I think we don't leave out the environmental side of planning to be integrated with investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shawashok. Next, Mike is moving that direction, okay?
Thank you very much. My name's Paul Van Rooyen, resident from St. Lucia. Lived there for 64 years, and I'd like to congratulate the CEO on spinning a wonderful amount of investment that could go into St. Lucia and the surrounding area. But I think there's some areas that there needs to be a little bit more transparency. I'd like to first question is, you harp on the thing that the neighboring communities go hand in hand with you. Unfortunately, that is not true in totality. And I'd just like to ask the CEO if he could just answer when we would be able to get some finality on what the management plan is on the estuary. A lot of the sites that you showed there look very pretty in pictures. I noticed 48 million or 46 million rand spent at Charters Creek. I think Charters Creek right now is part of it probably underwater. And you talk about the fishing there. When we talk about fishing, are we talking about catching tilapia and barbel, or are we talking about an estuary in the future? The other thing I'd just like to understand is that we talk about being able to cruise to Mapela. Well, obviously, not too many people on the board or at iSimangaliso have gone to Mapela in the last 2 years, other than maybe driving along the beach. Because right now, you need to get there almost by tractor or by boat. So I don't think, if you're going to invest, you talk about Mapela on 70 million. Well, 70 million to get people there going along the beach is impossible. They don't allow it. So one of the questions I just request is that we need to show the negative side as well, not just the positive side. And there's a lot of positive. I'm not denying that at all. But there are people out there that are suffering through iSimangaliso over many years. And I think we need some sort of finality on that. Particularly tax-paying people in this country. We talk a lot about the overseas tourists. Wonderful to get as many as we can. But I think the local tourists, as been proved during COVID, are more important. And the local tourists are the taxpayers that put money towards iSimangaliso. So I'd just like some clarity. I think we're wonderful to see all the good stuff. If we were sitting in Geneva and looked at all of those photographs, you'd have a rushing here of people. But the reality, it's not all there as it's shown. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Van Rooyen. I'm trying to see where the mic is. Okay.
Good afternoon. Thanks everyone up on the stage there for the opportunity. My name is Ashley, tour guide in St. Lucia. My question is, there's a site here, St. Lucia Riverside, with regards to the permits which are being issued. It states there that there is horse riding, but further into the pamphlet, it does state that there is only one permit. Are there now two separate, or that one for the riverside, is it included in your opportunities later on in the pamphlet? Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ashley.
Good afternoon. My name is Malcolm Morgan from On Safari Africa. I just want to ask, you've said that you've already got clearance for projects under 10 million from Treasury. Do you have a list already of these that you anticipate to be under 10 million? And then do you have a time frame of when these would be put out for people to actually start showing their interest? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. I think I have one more. There was one more hand. I think it was this side. Just to indicate that there are participants that we acknowledged when we started in the morning that have joined us through the virtual platform. If I may ask the IT team to indicate if there are any questions coming through from that, so that after we've taken the last question, nothing. Okay. So we'll take the last question. I just don't remember which. Oh. Tom?
Thank you very much. I really appreciate. Good afternoon from everybody here. Greeting on the visitor that are here, iSimangaliso Management, and our CEO, and also the Ministry of Tourism was Natal. We appreciate all that are here. For me, my name is Commander Tom Dombela. I'm the tour operator, young business in St. Lucia. Have opportunity to operate at iSimangaliso ground and have been supported by the organization of iSimangaliso. We must put it clear that it quite clear for everybody that if you find the house dirty, for you as you enter that house, it might take you a while to clean it so that the house will look better than as it was. So for us, we must really appreciate firstly for this opportunity to the new management of Mr. Kosini that is working hard to change the mess that was done wrongly. So even to have this kind of summit, it is the first time as a neighboring community in this heritage site. So we believe from now going forward will be more opportunity and the way of working partnership with those investors who become the part and parcel for iSimangaliso, working together with the community that are neighboring. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ndombela. That concludes the round, the second round. Oh, sorry. One last. Apologies. Looks like I'm not doing my maths well. I missed you somehow.
I'd like to greet each and every one this afternoon. Sanbonani. My name is Calvin Chabane Mtembo. I'm from Dugu, Ezonalisha, from Dugu Land Holding Trust. Well, my questions are just two questions. The first I want to know is that what is the plan of Simangaliso to revive the green belt on the road to St. Lucia, from Nduba to St. Lucia? That's the first question. What's the plan to revive green belt? And my second question, even though Mr. Sibia, he tried to explain, but I'll also need to get a clarity about the opening of the mouth, because the reason why we have people in Dugu that are invading land right now in Futululu. They've started on Monday. They're coming by bus, taxi, everything to invade the land next to 121 battalion. So I like to know, I like to get a little bit of clarity to Mr. CEO that what is their plan about opening the mouth, so that when we go back to the people, we can tell them the right thing from the CEO. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mtembo. CEO? Just to indicate that the CEO has an interview with the ENCA, so when you see him slipping away, he's not running. The rest of the team will take care of the questions.
Thank you, Program Director, for saying that. I thought I should just address the issue raised by Mr. Van Rooyen. It is true, Mr. Van Rooyen, it's not all rosy, as I said earlier on. It's going to take quite some time, especially because when you're dealing with a park of this nature, you're dealing with a number of very complex issues. There are too many dynamics that you're dealing with. And it can't be true that we are saying we are smooth sailing. And I did say that we are working, and it's work in progress. There is still a lot that needs to be done, but what is key is that we do have an opportunity to sit around the table and engage. That opportunity is much more important. And we do so with a number of stakeholders. We may not do so quite often as people would like us to do so, but we are doing our level best to attend to all issues that people may be raising. A case in point in this case, which I think Mr. Van Rooyen, you are speaking more about, is the issue of the inundation of farms with water, especially those who are farming right upstream. I think in the main, you will find that there are commercial farmers who are struggling because their farms are inundated with water. There are also small-scale farmers who are also frustrated, and the issue is around whether or not to open the mouth and where to open the mouth, at what time to open the mouth. And I must say here, investors, colleagues, and everyone, we have had a symposium wherein we brought everyone around the table to discuss how do we deal with this matter. And the symposium had specific resolutions. But what is key is that if you read the IMP, the Estuary Management Plan, and the Estuary Maintenance Plan, it says if you breach, you can't breach for any other reason other than ecological reason, and that's how it's structured. Now, when we met, we observed that regulatory framework in terms of the legislation on how do you breach and at what time for what reasons. And we then looked at this whole issue, but we said, let's try and breach in a manner that may possibly assist, if possible, the issue of the inundation with farms. If possible, may also resolve the issue of tourism. However, the reason legislatively for us, in terms of the plans that you talked about, we can only breach for ecological reasons. We know there's a history around the issue of the estuary, and it may take a long time if I were to explain it to you. But fact of the matter is that, as we saw Tobe Usizo Spear here explained, the system is no longer functioning as it used to because there has been so much human interference with the system. Therefore, we can't expect the system to operate naturally. We will have to assist it. That's what this symposium came into as a resolution. It also came to a resolution to say we must also, as that was a short-term measure, we must then come up with an adaptation strategy to say we can't be fixed to say we are not breaching because we are waiting for heavy rains. But when the situation depicts that we must breach, we must breach. Now, we did that on the 6th of January 2020. We breached the system after the recommendation of that symposium. That symposium had the farmers, it had the tourism operators, it had members of the community, it had officials from government, different departments, it had Amakosi, it had land claimants, it had many stakeholders. We agreed, including the scientists. After breaching, and I'm sure you saw on the news, everyone, in fact, there were scientists, not everyone, some scientists were up in arms arguing that we should have not opened. And they challenged the minister. And then the minister appointed an independent panel to look into whether when we did open, we followed the normal processes. So that panel is concluding that assignment. And until that assignment is finalized, we can't do anything so that we can know what is the next step. But our position as an organization is to say that system needs to be assisted because it can no longer function on its own as it used to some times ago. The issue of the inundation of farms with water, which is what is causing what Mr. Van Rooyen says, it is not all rosy. True. It is the fact that farmers are on the floodplain and have been on the floodplain for a very long time. Now, to deal with that issue, you need not only iSimangaliso, but you need a multi-stakeholder, a multi-department, you need various experts to come in. You need Department of Water and Sanitation to look into the water flows. We need farmers themselves. There is indigenous historical knowledge that they have to assist us. That may, after the finalization of this report, it may culminate into even looking at how do we review, if necessary, even the estuary maintenance or management plan, if needs be. But we will await that. But for now, that is where we are. It doesn't necessarily mean that we've neglected that issue. We are aware of it. We are attending to it. It's just that we must observe all the processes. We do appreciate the fact that there are people who are suffering right now and they are losing money right now. But unfortunately, even if I wanted to wake up tomorrow, Mr. Van Rooyen and others and act. I cannot, because it would mean something very undesirable. So therefore, we just want to take you to comfort to say we do know about those issues. We tried to do something about that. We were questioned. We are being investigated for that. We will await the investigation. I'm sure it will be, we are getting a report to the minister by end of March. We will come back to you and engage you to say this is what the report is saying and this is what we are planning to work on going forward. That once again demonstrates that commitment from ourselves to meet and engage with our partners, with our stakeholders, with our communities, and everyone who has an interest in what we do, because that's what we believe in. And we are looking forward that at some point we will find a solution to this problem. But iSimangaliso and the department alone, MSC, will not be the solution. We need a government solution into this matter. Thank you very much. I will rejoin you shortly. Thank you.
You don't have to sanitize for this. Thank you. I would go straight to Babu Uhlokohloko. Bamadlalo sekho. Ngiyabonga baba. The climate change issue. Climate change is beginning to be in everyone's mouth now, but actually it was seen a long time ago. Like I said, iSimangaliso is a government entity and we are responsible to Honorable Minister Creasy in the Environmental Affairs. Those who interact with the department will know that there is a branch in DFFE specifically dealing with climate change issues. What does it mean to us? It means to us that we must align our business, we must align our practices, our operations to the climate change adaptation strategies that the department comes in. What would be part of the examples on how we have, or how we are demonstrating that we are aligning or responding to the climate change is that where there are proposed sites, by the way, all the proposed sites are in our IMP, Integrated Management Plan, not only the one that is coming in now, the very first one, we've always had these sites. So we've had the development, what we call development setback lines. If I was to take an example of a rising sea, where we know that from this line or this side of this line, no development may take place. That's just one of many ways iSimangaliso has started to look into the adaptation to climate change. Sorry. Of course, I'll put that together with both the greenhouse issues. We don't have much of the air quality related problems in the area where we are, simply because as much as we are neighbors with the Richards Bay area, but their impact on the pollution of the park is not that much significant. Be that as it may, we also do have our own green energy strategy, which looks at how any, not only development, establishment, including the houses of staff, features inside the park, the practices of anyone who comes into the iSimangaliso should behave. And that is translated to the minor plans as per the divisions. Pollution, like I said, we don't have much of the air pollution matters, but of course, because of the ocean, you have a lot of solid waste from either the trawlers or, let's rather say, any vessels that are transversing in the sea, including the pollution that might be brought by human beings when they come to recreate in our parks. We do have the coast care program where we try to deal with the picking up, literally picking up of solid waste from the ocean. Of course, those who go to the ocean often will say in some areas it does happen that you find a plastic now and you come back, you'll still find it if it's from the ocean. And if you look at our zonation in the map, it shows that in some of the areas of the coastline, the movement of vehicles is restricted, and in that way we might go once a week in those areas to clear it. But we do have a coast care program funded by the National Department that is dealing with all the cleaning of the ocean. I would leave Malcolm's question to Mbovu, but let me take the one about of the green belt. The green belt, to those who've been to St. Lucia 5 years ago, will tell you that when you drive into St. Lucia, there were areas where you could not see any establishment because there was a line of trees along the road. But over time, because of many reasons, those areas are beginning to be more. They are deforested for different reasons. And Ubaba Mlambo, he mentioned that I won't say enemies. I would say the competing user groups. Sometimes you might say you want this tree to be here. He's seeing an economic opportunity. But the bottom line here is that with the assistance of all stakeholder acting executive manager, we are engaging the communities to look at replanting in those green belts. It's not an easy exercise because people want to take the concept of being next to the road and sell whatever, either produce or craftwork that they make right next to the road, meaning they will have to cut those trees in that area. But it's one of the programs we have under Umama Ukumalu, working with Uzawetu Uvumase, who's our environmental officer, in trying to see whether we can't allow, because if you were to just go and plant trees without agreeing with those conflicting user groups that indeed we do need trees here, it would be difficult to sustain the growth of them. It won't happen. Again, the issue of Futulu. We all know that the invasion has been looming for at least 2-3 months. We've heard about it. And it actually it took place like 2-3 days ago. Already, as I was here, we've had 5 meetings with both the people who are actually doing the invasion, and even though they don't want to be called their leaders, and those who are at the forefront of them. We've met with a local Izindunas that are leading these people. But of course, parallel to that, we are engaging legal means of dealing with it, because remember, this is a responsibility of government. We can't just fold our arms, even though the last thing we want is to go to court with people. But if we can't find common grounds, that's where it is going to lead, because otherwise we would be found to be in neglect of our responsibilities if we do not. But I would also, in closing, like to engage with yourself, Babu Mtebo, offline, together with Babu Mlambo, in trying to see if we can't find common grounds, specifically on the Futululu one, because we're talking about people who are invading green fields and an area with a wetland importance and forestry importance. Thank you. Bob, I'll give it to you.
Thank you very much. I will address the question from Ashley. What we have done, we said in terms of our integrated management plan and carrying capacity of this park, and what is permissible activities in Isimangaliso Wetland Park, we consolidated a list of all activities. Once we've done that, we said we have these envelopes or development sites. Then we package it. We took the activities that we have and to package so that it's palatable and whet the appetite of the investors. So what is remaining here are standalone activities. So the horse riding that they were talking about, it's separate from that standalone. There might be a possibility to say, no, they're not interested in horse riding. They will use the existing one. So that's how we package that. In terms of Malcolm, what constitutes the exemption? Do we have a list? Yes, we do have a list. The list is all the activities, but what we have done, we uploaded the document to our website, which is www.isimangaliso.com. If you go there, you go to our summit, you will find the whole list, the 27 envelopes that I was talking about. But also, you'll find a spreadsheet or table with the activities that is governed by this exemption. To Ubaba Mahlobo, thanks, it was a comment. Maybe let me touch base on the Mapelane. We did apply our mind on the Mapelane Resort. All the projects that we're bringing here are bankable projects. You know, sometimes it depends on your approach and mindset. From Isimangaliso side, if we see a glass, we see a glass which is half full. If you give us lemon, we change lemon to lemonade. I will give you an example. During the COVID-19, operators couldn't operate. There were not enough tourists to go on the turtle tours. They approached us as Isimangaliso to say, it's not viable for us to run this business. What we have done, we get a permission from the board so that at least we can give them, we can defer payment. But over and above that, we allowed 2 separate concessions to use one vehicle to make the business viable. That is our approach, that is our mindset. So if there are issues, you bring those issues to our attention, we sit on the table like the CEO have said, we apply the mind. Our spirit is to help the investor because we want you to be successful. If you are successful, you are helping us to achieve our goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mbomvu. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It concludes a round of question and answers and comments. I will ask at this point our MEC, Pile, to make closing remarks and a vote of thanks. Thank you, MEC.
Thank you very much, Program Director. We acknowledge the leadership of the board, of course the present, investors and interested parties. I must say it's not often that as an MEC I'm able to stay throughout an engagement. I did slip out for a while to join the legislature sitting today, which we are passing an adjustment budget, and so my vote was important, and I did join, but kept track of proceedings. And as you can see, I'm still here. Part of the reason I'm here is that I've been impressed with the way this event has been organized, the level of preparation, and the clear enthusiasm that I see from all those who want to participate in what promises to be a very, very exciting and innovative initiative. So let me start by thanking everyone who made this event possible. Give yourselves a round of applause, including those investors who came. You didn't have to come. You came because you saw opportunity, but I would like to think that you came also because you want to be part of a greater patriotic South African effort to take our country forward. So give yourselves a round of applause.
I think the Minister spoke. I also spoke earlier this morning, and I'm not going to summarize those speeches. What I want to say is that the presence of the Minister and the presence of myself is concrete evidence of full support from the national government and the provincial government for this initiative. In fact, you're not going ahead with this initiative facing resistance from us. If anything, we are urging you to move faster. We're wanting to know why isn't quicker progress in these matters. And the only reason that there's been delay in the recent past is because of COVID-19. So national government support and provincial government support is fully assured. I want you to have no doubt about that. We treasure Isimangaliso as a World Heritage Site, but we also treasure our people in our communities, in the park and outside the park. So I think the word symbiotic relationship was used somewhere along the inputs today, and that is what we must do. That is what we have to achieve. And I have every confidence that with leaders like Nkosi Tembe and other Amakosi, and the leadership of political structures, that there will be the determination and commitment to achieve that. I tried also, I think the Minister also tried to demonstrate that this is not just an ad hoc, accidental process. It is also part of a national economic recovery plan. It is part of a provincial economic recovery plan. And therefore, it will not only get general political support, but it will get specific support from the technical point of view from those who are tasked with those particular aspects. I want to pay special tribute to the team, from the CEO and his team. And Chairperson of the board, I said something to you earlier just before I came up here. And as an MEC, you're exposed to the administration at large. And we keep talking about building a capable, ethical state. And I want to say that the professionalism that I've seen from this team shows to me that you are far on the way to creating that capable state as far as your entity is concerned. You also showed it was in jest. It was a comment in jest, but it showed me that you're also very conscious of building an ethical state. So when the COO or CFO made the joke about brown envelopes, that tells me you're conscious of it. Because while we are doing these things, we are fighting a fight against corruption, and it must not taint any aspect of this work that we are doing. Let me also say that, and commit as the political head and shareholder of iSimangaliso, that iSimangaliso will continue the partnership with Isimangaliso in this effort. iSimangaliso has a very great vested interest in the success of this process because we want to emulate it in the assets that iSimangaliso has. And let me say here was something that I said in an interview earlier. iSimangaliso has gone through its troubles, probably not unlike the ones that you have gone through in the not so distant past. We think those troubles are over, and I publicly committed to a new board for iSimangaliso being in place before the end of April. The processes have been complete, advertising, shortlisting, presented to the portfolio committee who have made their lawfully dictated comments on it. So in a position by the time the next executive council meets, the final board for iSimangaliso will be in place. And that will be a key milestone for iSimangaliso to take it forward. I think I listed about 25 points as I was observing. So I'm not going to go through all that, but let me just make a few comments. The access to finance is a key part of our economic recovery plan. We would hope that those who would come in on the greenfield projects, where there's real scale on it, that they would have the muscle to access their finance through standard means. But especially with regard to the SMME sector, we would want to create opportunity where they can't access finance. And I think the inputs itemized those particular sources, including the NEF, ITALA. A project of scale could even go to the growth fund for possible assistance. With regard to the estuary, the mouth opening, I've got no direct responsibility apart from a general public interest point of view. But I was part of a portfolio committee engagement, a national portfolio committee engagement, which I think took virtually the whole day. And in that engagement, there was very, very passionate input by a number of stakeholders on the, let me say, community side versus the environmental scientist side, right? And they were very persuasive arguments, and I felt the pain of many of those inputs. But what I want to confirm is that I think the minister was under extreme pressure to make a commitment in that meeting to say it will be reopened. But she could not. And I think we need to remind ourselves that in January 2021, it was opened as a result of some pressure. But the minister has decided to give this expert grouping or panel of hers a chance to come up with a report. I can't give you a time frame, but I think it will be sooner rather than later. Let me say also that this will be an important part of what we call the oceans economy. Those of you who follow the planning of government, including the 14 sectors that I mentioned earlier in the morning, so one of those sectors is the oceans economy. Let me not try to take you through that, but suffice to say, it's a sector of the economy that we think has been neglected. If you look at it from one end and count all the ships that travel along our coastline, not too long ago there wasn't a single ship that was registered in South Africa along our 3,000 kilometer coastline. So that's something we want to seriously look at and change, but there's many aspects to the oceans economy. I think I'm not going to go through the opportunities that were set out by the CEO and itemized, but I want to make one thing clear because I don't want to get into trouble or you to get into trouble later on. In fact, I as an MEC, as a political public representative will have, the law does not give me any space in a procurement process. In fact, I could be deemed to be interfering and subject to prosecution. So as far as I'm concerned, this is not part of a procurement process. And that's very important for all of us to understand. So later on, we don't want people to come up and say, but I've got a dispute with you, and in this meeting, X, Y, and Z was stated, or you interpreted that as a commitment. This is a public engagement. When the advert comes out, that will set out the specifications, that will set out the terms and conditions, that will, I assume, will provide for a briefing and so on, and then you use your skills to comply with what the terms and conditions of that bid are. I think it's a very important point, which I cannot overstress. So the status of this engagement is really it's a market engagement, it's a market stimulation, but we also think that the input from your side will enrich the process. And I think you've already raised sharp questions that talk to that. I think there's a number of points that have been raised which quite correctly called risks. And as business people, or even as community leaders, we understand that there are risks. The world is not perfect, life is not perfect. So certain key risks that have been identified which we must try to provide reasonable mitigation measures. And I think somebody asked a question which I thought was a little bit unfair about I put in an effort and I apply for an EIA and the EIA is not successful, then what remedy do I have? I think you'll be expected to make your risk assessment and make your business judgment. When you're applying for an EIA, I would assume that you will be using experts. And those experts are going to tell you that A, this is really not going to fly, or B, it's got a good chance, or C, there are serious risks, but we think we can provide adequate, credible, and effective mitigation measures to the risk. That's broadly speaking, in an oversimplified way, the law on those matters of concern. But the EIA process is a specific legal process which must be complied. Let me also say in conclusion that I think the CEO and others were repeatedly saying, we want you to make money, and that's why you're going to participate in it. And that's absolutely true. But I would hope from my side, as Ravi Pillay, the MEC speaking, that the vast majority of you, yes, you would want to make sure that the books will balance at the end of the month and at the end of the year. But the majority of your motivation will be a passionate commitment to issues of the environment. That you have a love of that particular terrain. But your first love is not really making money. Yes, you want to balance the books, otherwise you won't be able to sustain it. But you have a passionate commitment, not just to the environment, not just to the people of the area, but indeed for South Africa as a whole. Lastly, I think there's clearly a number of minutiae of detail which cannot be dealt with in a meeting like this, and that will have to be unpacked in the process as we go forward. In conclusion, let me once again thank all of you. Let me congratulate you, and the bad part, CEO and board chair, is you're going to be under the microscope now to track you as you go forward in implementing these commitments. Thank you for listening, and may we all be together in celebrating what emerges out of this process. Thank you. Siyabonga.
I'm busy looking for the mic. Thank you, MEC, and really just confirming that this process has the full support of both national and provincial government. And really your last remarks that, passion, if anything, people in tourism are driven by passion, and the love for people. And, and it is very important that it is not just about making money. In fact, it just triggered a thought, MEC, that we found, over the years that when people invest, sometimes they easily live and sell their shares because they just happen to be going around investing in different sectors. And so sometimes you just see, especially when you're driving the transformation agenda, then the person is gone again. And so, starting all over again. So it's very important to be in it for the passion, because then it ensures that you stay and you're committed to all the other issues around tourism growth. So thank you very much for that. And thank you very much to the audience, all of you, and really staying the whole day and being actively involved. Of course, it is a process, as was explained, and I'm glad the CEO, I nearly closed the session without the CEO. The process, of course, as was explained, that Jabulani Ngubane is your point of contact, and of course, iSimangaliso is going to make sure that there's transparency in communicating the process from now on. So we really look forward to this process coming to fruition soon. That concludes the business for the day, but and the MEC has also done a lot of things and closing remarks, CEO. So I'm not going to call on stage. I nearly made that mistake, otherwise we won't finish because we have concluded. Thank you very much for your participation. Should you still want to linger around and network more, exchange cards, who knows, maybe people will see potential partners for consortiums to be formed. You never know. So this is not a goodbye to say you depart. You can stay on and engage and network for those who have time. Thank you very much. The summit is formally adjourned. Thank you.
In the